The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of March 27, 2025. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those nay. The ayes have it and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Jonathan Hopkins, pastor at the Concordia Lutheran Church in Concord.
Good morning. This morning's prayer is based on a proclamation made by John Adams in 1798. Let us pray. We pray today for the safety and prosperity of our nation and state. Help the New Hampshire House of Representatives to promote the blessings of a free government so that it may be enjoyed by all. As this duty at all time incumbent is so especially in seasons of difficulty and danger, we offer this morning our devotion to our office that seeks the common good, that our state may be protected from all dangers which threaten it, that our civil and religious privileges may be preserved untouchable and perpetuated to the latest generation. We pray that our public servants may be especially enlightened and directed at this critical period. We pray that the people of our state may be united in those bonds of cooperation and mutual confidence and inspired with the vigor and fortitude by which they have in times past been so highly distinguished and by which they have obtained such invaluable advantages. We pray that the health of the inhabitants of our land may be preserved and their agriculture, commerce, fisheries, arts, and manufactures may be blessed and prosper, that the principles of genuine piety, sound morality may influence the minds and govern the lives of every description of our citizens, and that blessings of peace, freedom, and pure religion may be especially extended to all the nations of the earth. We offer our fervent thanksgiving to the bestower of every good gift, not only for having protected and preserved the people of these United States and the states of New Hampshire in the independent enjoyment of their religious and civil freedom, but also for having prospered them in a wonderful progress of population and conferring on them many and great favors conducive to the happiness and prosperity of a nation and our state. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Nashua, Representative Sue Newman, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes the Pelham High School Chorus, who will now sing our national anthem. House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Colby, England, Fadolfi, Guthrie, Mandelbaum, and Panic. The day, important business, Representatives Barbour, Kaplan, William Dolan, Harvey Bolia, Selby, Summers, and Tensar.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Atticus Baden and Will Baldwin, students at Brewster Academy in Wolfboro, our pages for the day. Mr. Speaker, please welcome Jill, John, Jack, and Kathy Mullen, Ryan Shumway, Julie Fellon, and Irene Scanlon, guests of Representative Sue Newman. Jonathan Sterling, guest of Representative Gregg. Madden Walsh, son of Representative Colby. Bjarna O'Brien, daughter of Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for memorial remarks for the former member from Portsmouth, the Honorable Laura Pantelakos.
I would like to invite my Portsmouth colleagues to stand with me.
The House will be in order.
And members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee that Laura served with who may want to join us as well. During my second term in the House, one of the great privileges that I had was commuting back and forth to Concord with Laura Pantelakos. Laura was in her 43rd and her 44th years in the House. It was my third year, my fourth year, and my first term in the minority. I was relatively new to public service, and one of the things I found out was that Laura Pantelakos wrote the book on public service. In the House, she served mostly on the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, rising to become ranking member, and eventually in 2013, she became the first chairwoman of the committee. In her time in the House, she was also an assistant minority leader. She served 16 years on the Portsmouth City Council and another 4 on the Portsmouth City Fire Commission. For many of those years, Laura worked part-time as a waitress in Bickford's. So if you had questions you wanted to ask your state representative, you could just go to breakfast. If there wasn't a council or a commission meeting, Laura would go home to a family, and that was important to her, going home to her family. And her family included a husband, 8 kids, and eventually 17 grandchildren, and 22 great-grandchildren and counting. In her later years after her husband passed away, she shared a home with her daughter Petra and her family. And one of the things you could never miss as an outsider when you came into that home was the love and how her family watched out for her and how she watched out for them. Laura Pantelakos didn't just represent Portsmouth, she was Portsmouth. Open, approachable, always willing to help, never afraid to get her hands dirty. Our city's mayor, Declan McEachern, who grew up in Laura's neighborhood, said that Laura proudly represented the wing of the Democratic Party that likes to get things done, and she always has an opinion about how to get those things done. Despite being in the minority for most of her 22 terms, she did get things done. And yes, she had opinions, but she also had priorities. In her time on the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, she worked tirelessly to improve the criminal justice system for law enforcement, for people accused of crimes, but most important of all to her, people who were victims. Throughout her career, she fought for victims' compensation and against human trafficking. She was a gun owner who wasn't afraid to push for stronger gun safety laws. And a decade ago, she pushed through legislation that finally forced colleges to report rapes on campus to local police rather than conducting investigations themselves. One of the things that those of us who work with Laura absolutely loved about her was she really understood how to make her age work for her. When she raised her hand during committee hearings on bills, Usually the lobbyist or the State Department head who was giving testimony and would look a little bit relieved. And why wouldn't they look a little bit relieved? This is this older, grandmotherly person. You know, what could she possibly ask me that I wouldn't want to answer? And it was always actually fun to see their faces fall halfway through the time Laura was asking her question, because one of her true superpowers was asking the one question that people in power totally did not want to be asked. So her committee work, passing good legislation, and getting things done, those were the important things to Laura, but constituent service was also huge for her. People in Portsmouth knew that if you called Laura with a problem, she was always there to help. And one of the things she never hesitated to do was to knock on the doors of powerful people to get that help. She not only listened to the people who reached out to her, she never had a problem contacting governors, mayors, attorney generals, commissioners, department heads, mayors, or anyone else who she thought could help her resolve that problem. And this really got driven home to me one day when we were driving home from Portsmouth, when she announced, "I met with the governor today." And I said, "You did?" I was surprised. You know, we'd had a pretty full day of committee hearings. And she said, "Yes, David, I called his office and told him that I wanted to come over and speak with him." And I said, "And he met with you?" "Of course he did." And then she told me about the conversation. She told me about the outcome. And to her, it was just another day in the office. And for the rest of the drive home, she told me about other meetings that she'd had over the years with other governors, attorney generals, and other folks. And she also told me about the importance of never failing to ask people in power for their help. And when I asked her, did she ever hesitate to do that, her answer to me was, no, because they're here to serve the people too. On one of her final session days in the House after 44 years, Speaker Packard invited her to take the gavel as Speaker of the House. It was a gesture that showed just how much Laura was admired and loved on both sides of the aisle. And I remember Laura on that day, and I think a good number of you probably remember it too, working her way shyly but flawlessly through several bills before handing the gavel back to the Speaker, and acting like maybe, just maybe, she had seen this movie a few times before. And afterward, she listened with a great big smile during several speeches that showed how much her colleagues and how much the House appreciated her both as a person, as a colleague, and also her many, many years of service. And then she said a few words of thanks and went back to her seat, which was seat number 1 in Division 1, reserved for our longest standing member, the Dean of the House. Like many of us over the years, Laura responded to countless candidate surveys. And yesterday, I ran across one in the patch. I'll share a little bit of it with you. Near the end of the survey, she was asked to provide the best advice ever shared with me. Laura's response was, "Listen and you will learn." The final question on the survey was, "What else would you like voters to know about yourself and your positions?" And her answer was, "I will always fight for people's rights." And Laura Pantelakos always did. Services for our dear friend will be Saturday in Portsmouth, and we all received the details this morning in our email. Please join me for a moment of silence in honor of our former colleague, Laura Pantelakos.
Representative Osborne and Simpson move the adoption of an amendment to House Rule 66 as proposed by the Rules Committee and as corrected from the House calendar. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a joint motion from Representatives Osborne and Simpson. The calendar had a misprint in the dates. It said first day to file LSRs for 2024 session. It should have read 2026 session through the succeeding lines, and the corrected amendment is here. Monday, September 15, 2025, first day to file LSRs for 2026 session. Friday, September 19, 2025, last day to file LSRs for 2026 session at 4 p.m. Friday, November 21st, last day to sign off LSRs for 2026 session at 4 p.m. Last day to report retained bills. And Thursday, January 8th, 2026, last day to introduce House bills.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, there are no bills to be removed from the consent calendar.
Representative Osborne moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the memorial remarks be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. Part 1.
All right, so we have House Bill 25, committee amendment, bills on second reading, open for further amendment. We have a little delay there.
Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 25A, an act making appropriations for capital improvements. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative David Mills for the committee. The amendment is 1455H, printed in House Record 19, pages 126 through 129. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill is open on second reading, open to further amendment. Senator Kaczynski offers floor amendment 1493H. It's in your seat pockets, and the chair recognizes Representative Kaczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this year, the Public Works and Highways put forward a generous capital improvements budget with approximately $1.3 million devoted to private freight rail. This amendment deletes $450,000 from the New Hampshire North Coast Railroad and specifies that the $825,900 of repurposed money be not used for private freight rail repair or replacement. This amendment will not hurt HB 25A. It will enhance it. Freight rail is one of the top most profitable businesses in the United States at about 28.8% average. There's two major freight companies that work in New Hampshire that would be subject to these subsidies. CSX Railroad in the year 2024 had net income of about $3.5 billion. Not gross, net. 36.1% profit margin, and they actually, in the United States, contributed $2.5 billion to infrastructure investment. The Stratford Carroll New Hampshire North Coast is owned by Boston Sand and Gravel. It's a multi-million-dollar company, Massachusetts business. On their website, they list 7 companies and 450 employees. It's their own privately owned transportation system that takes the sand from their pit in Ospey, New Hampshire, down to Rollingsford and gets transferred on another train and goes to Boston. They own the railroad. They bought it in 1986, and they run 5 days a week. You know, I've discussed this with plenty of people, and the question I always get is, why are we subsidizing private rail? We were told in committee we've always given it to them. Not really. It's been about the last 10 years for some reason. And we're told that it takes trucks off the road. And, you know, that sounds like a pretty good argument, but I think it's a little exaggerated. If you went down to the Hampton tolls and just watched trucks going by there, in a half an hour you'd see more trucks go by than they take off the road. And the other part that doesn't get mentioned is these companies are not contributing. So they're not paying tolls, they're not paying road tax, they're not paying registrations, etc., repairs. The fact is, the reason they do this is because rail is cheaper than trucks. This is business. And they got higher profits, and that's why the rail is their choice. So we're told there's a public-private partnership. So we give them $450,000 for their bridge repair, and they're going to match it. So look at it the other way. We're paying half of their expenses, the citizens of New Hampshire. Now, this isn't really a partisan issue, I don't think. You know, when I look at the Republican platform, my party, we're supposed to be for small government, limited government, and less spending. And that's hardly what something like this is. And the other party, they lament the rich not paying their fair share. So I say, in a few minutes, you'll have your chance. Push that green button and you can take care of them. If you read the New Hampshire Rail Plan, it's a really exciting document, about 175 pages, which I looked at. It says operating railroads are required to maintain their lines at their own expense. And the fact is, even without these subsidies, these railroads are going to continue to operate because their profit margins are so big, and the other company, their savings are so big, they're not going to change. You know, we're supposed to be in a tight budget year, so I don't see any reason for larger spending in a tight budget year. Also, this money will be bonded, so there'll be an interest charge on top of that. And you got to wonder, why would somebody even support, why would you be interested in putting an amendment like this forward? And, you know, you don't become a representative for the money or the fame, but it's to represent your constituents. And when you look at this country, there's approximately 60% of the people out there that can't come up with $600 on short notice. So I really got a problem with taking money out of the pockets of people like that to give to wealthy companies. So I ask you to vote green, and you'll be happy about that. You could tell your constituents that you're good stewards of their money, and you protected it from going to the fat cat businesses that don't need it. Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, fellow House members. I rise in opposition to Floor Amendment 1493H, an amendment which would remove $450,000 under the Department of Transportation for rail lines in Stratford and Carroll counties. First of all, this is only $450,000 in funds that are appropriated to New Hampshire DOT and is matched 50-50 by the New Hampshire North Coast Railroad, which is based in Ossipee. Second, there's a 10-year lien placed on these rails. Third, the committee amendment requires legislative oversight on this public-private partnership at least twice a year. But more specifically, all railroads, and I think that we need to understand this, big and small, have a public-private partnership which keeps freight moving inside our nation. Also, I could argue, I think convincingly, that the trucking industry is the beneficiary of a public-private partnership, which helps them in their businesses, but something that we have to help pay for through, to maintain our roads and bridges through gas taxes, among other things. But in any case, anyway, my honorable Rochester colleague has criticized this money, this $450,000, as a taxpayer subsidy to a private company. But this is an important fact. In 2024, the majority of freight cars New Hampshire North Coast Railroad hauled were for 5 business customers with offloading facilities directly on the 42 miles of track between Ossipee and Rollinsford. Now, one of the largest of these customers is Eastern Propane of Rochester, which imports 800 tanker cars of propane per year. Eastern Propane wrote to our committee to emphasize, and I quote, "Importing propane by rail is the most cost-effective, efficient, and safest means of transportation for our company. The move is cost-effective, makes transportation pricing more cost-effective, and the less expensive is the retail cost to our customers. We have many in over tens of thousands of customers." And I'm continuing, I'm quoting exactly here. Furthermore, and this is important, which I think why I support this, each railroad tanker car holds 33,000 gallons of propane, which is the equivalent of approximately 3 large tanker trucks. This year alone, importing propane by rail will take more than 5,300 tanker trucks off of New Hampshire's road and highways, which benefits our environment, specifically our air, public road costs, and public safety, unquote. The prior 5 capital budgets under both parties have all included funds for New Hampshire freight railroads in Carroll, Coos, and Stratford counties. This amount of state funds of $450,000 is the lowest to date. In conclusion, I ask you to vote no on Floor Amendment 1493 and support the bipartisan committee report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the interest of saving time, I will take no questions.
Representative Kaczynski has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Make sure everybody turns on your voting stations. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1493H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ryan for a parliamentary inquiry. Chair recognizes Representative Kaczynski for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that freight rail is one of the top 10 most profitable businesses in the United States, and if I also know that we have no business subsidizing private freight rail companies for almost $1.3 million plus interest, and if I also know that freight rail will continue to flourish in New Hampshire even without these subsidies, would I now press the green button to end this example of corporate welfare? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Jack for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that since 2015, every capital budget has included funding for this one-to-one match partnership with the freight railroads, and if I know that the train trips remove thousands of truck trips from our roads, would I then press the red button to defeat the floor amendment and support the strong bipartisan 17-to-1 committee vote?
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1493H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 136 voting yea, 232 voting nay. The amendment fails. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Representative Ryan and Leishman declared a conflict of interest and did not vote on this issue. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 302, an act relative to enabling the State Treasury to invest in precious metals and digital assets. Considered the same, report the same with the following recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Jordan Ullery for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Terry Spare for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Spare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill basically has two parts to it, two distinct parts. The first, the intent is to give the state treasurer the authority to invest in cryptocurrencies and precious metals. Unbeknownst to the committee and to the sponsor, who was at our working session about a week and a half ago, the treasurer testified that they already have that authority. The second part of the bill contains prescriptions, it has security measures, good things, rules and regulations around the investment in those vehicles. And on the face value, they make a lot of sense. But I guess if you were, in my opinion, when you look at the, if you ask people who are in the crypto world, and probably even the sponsor would agree with me that this playing field is constantly shifting and changing. And it's sort of dangerous to be kind of locked into certain types of security measures, and I think that bill does this. The treasurer already has the guidelines in place, the policies, the procedures, the safeguards and protections to invest in these vehicles, and gives them greater flexibility, frankly, to manage that process both now and down the future for a long time.
Chair recognizes Representative Ullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 302 is a permissive bill that specifically limits and restrains investments in metals and EFTs, as well as allowing specifically their investment. It also allows the establishment of a strategic reserve fund, and I got to see what I'm writing. Strategic reserve fund in these items. Existing law limits the funds available for investment by the treasurer. Of those limited funds, a cap of 5% invested in these specific funds is then imposed by this bill. That 5% is an investment standard. Ways and Means was tasked with a review of the revenue impact, not the availability, whether or not it's a good idea, but only the revenue impact As a permissive bill, the increase in revenue at no impact on the taxpayer is unestimable, but there's a potential for a large amount of money being earned by the state in these investments, thus offsetting any tax impact on the taxpayer. Therefore, I urge you to vote green on this amendment, or on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Spear has asked for a division vote. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Spar for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I now know that the Treasurer already retains the authority to invest in these products, and I now know that they already have ample safeguards in place to manage and adapt to these evolving investments, then I would push the red button to ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative Janigian for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill enables the state treasurers to invest in precious metals and digital assets, but does not require such investment, and if I know that this bill creates very reasonable limits and restraints on these types of investments, and finally, if I know that giving the state treasurer extra financial tools in her toolbox in an effort to improve the value of state investments, would I now press the green button to OTP this bill?
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 302. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 179 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 696 FN, an act exempting electricity generators from the utility property tax and handling them underneath the statewide education property tax relative to communication services tax revenues. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Jordan Willery for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Thomas Opal for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay House Bill 696 on the table.
Okay, that is
a division vote.
Proper motion, and Representative Opal has requested a division. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 696. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Opal for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 696, there still remain some unanswered questions, specifically regarding the impact on local property taxpayers. And if I know that this bill, as it's currently structured, removes or reduces the Education Trust Fund by $12 million. And lastly, if I know that the effective date on this bill is July of 2027, which gives us ample time to take another look to finish answering those unanswered questions, would I now press the green button to give us more time to complete this study?
Chair recognizes Representative Rulery for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is the result of a 3-year bipartisan commission that was signed off by members of both major parties, and if I know that the questions have already been answered and will be answered during debate regarding what the offset is and the fact that there will be an increase in local property taxes, would I then vote red?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 696. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of the vote. 27 voting yea, 342 voting nay. The motion fails. We're back to the majority report of order pass. The chair recognizes Representative Opal. Representative Opal is waving off. Chair recognizes Representative Rulery.
Yes.
Representative Rulery was waving off. The motion before us is the majority committee report of order pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 493, an act requiring education on child abuse and neglect for certain health care providers as a condition for licensure. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Carol McGuire from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative J.C. Grody for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I rise in opposition to the ITL of HB 493, requiring education on child abuse and neglect as a condition for new or continued licensure of physicians, nurse practitioners, and physician's assistants. This bill is a result of HB 1590 filed last year that was referred to interim study. The subcommittee's work on that bill validated the necessity of this bill, and so HB 493 was born and was passed unanimously through the Children and Family Law Committee and placed on the consent calendar, which passed the House on March 13th. It was then referred to ED&A, which is where we are today. This bill is the result of findings that include that there are New Hampshire children who have been abused or neglected but have been missed or not reported by New Hampshire healthcare providers with tragic outcomes, and that voluntary training in identifying and reporting child abuse and neglect has been made available to New Hampshire healthcare providers, but very few have enrolled in this training. The issue is not New Hampshire specific. It's a problem throughout the U.S., and many professional medical associations have weighed in. An AMA Journal of Ethics abstract report recommends continuing education regarding child abuse and neglect and reporting laws in the medical professional state. Through hours of testimony from several doctors over the past 2 hearings, we have heard horrific stories, and I'll share a few. We heard about infants that have been seen in the emergency departments of hospitals in New Hampshire with bruising that is atypical of a child who is non-ambulatory, sent home, and returned to the hospital at a later date. One infant returned to the hospital to be sent to the morgue, and another infant returned with severe disabling injuries that will last a lifetime. Neither child's suspicious injuries were reported to DCYF. We also heard of a child who was brought to an emergency department by their admitted abuser with a serious injury and released from the hospital with the admitted abuser without a report of abuse filed. These cases have weighed heavily on my mind and heart, and I couldn't let this bill die without an attempt to keep it alive. The ED&A committee had a concern about the repetitive training requirement in this bill, and I agree with that concern, which will be addressed in the floor amendment. So please press the red button to bring forth another motion for the opportunity to make sure that medical professionals can properly identify what is and isn't suspected child abuse and the proper way to report abuse to save battered children and protect parents from being falsely accused. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very well-meaning bill that is totally impossible to implement the way it's done. It tries to have the Board of Medicine mandate training for nurse practitioners, which is totally wrong. It also doesn't give any respect to the Board of Medicine or the Board of Nursing, which already have the full capability of requiring this or any other specific training for its practitioners. In addition, we found out that the employers of doctors, physician assistants, and nurse practitioners frequently require this sort of training for people that deal with patients and their children. So a physician is required to take 100 hours of training for every license renewal. Fitting in 1 hour is not something that's going to be a problem for any physician that feels the need or whose employer feels the need. And the nurse practitioners and physician assistants don't have quite as much, but it's still a substantial amount of training. The sponsors of this bill created a free online course 6 months ago, and they've already had more than 50 people sign up and take the class. They have a variety of hours, so if you need 2 hours training, you can take 2. It's available. The doctors can take it. The Board of Medicine doesn't see the need to require this for everybody, and the committee had to agree. This is something that everybody should take once, probably, but it's not something that ophthalmologists, say, would need to take every license renewal. And we have no way within the bill to implement it before licensing. It's just not there, and the bill is totally unnecessary. So I will hope you will join with me and vote red to support the ITO. Excuse me, vote green.
Representative Grody has requested a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 493. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Grody for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that House Bill 493 results from a previous bill in Child and Family Law that was retained, and if I know that House Bill 493 is the work of a committee that met over the summer to address policy in this area of public service to children, and if I know a floor amendment that addresses the concerns of licensing will be presented, would I not press the red button to overturn the ITL so that another motion may be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we all take children and their health seriously, and we all have different ways to approach this, and I appreciate the work of the Child and Family Law Committee. But if I know that the language that's come forward, and even that may be offered on the floor, is unworkable because it is having the Board of Medicine oversee nurse practitioners, and if I also know that only 3 states require specific licensure, specific child abuse awareness training for this, and moving forward to require this when the boards already have the ability to do that on their own would be putting the cart before the horse. Would I then press the green button and ITL this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 493. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 193 voting nay, 177 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 66FN, Act relative to materials subject to disclosure under the right to know law. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Dan McGuire from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Karen Ebel for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to table House Bill 66, and I request a division vote.
That is a proper motion. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Representative Potenza has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report to table House Bill 66. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Magliore for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know Article 8 of the New Hampshire Constitution states the government be responsive to the people who formed it, the citizens of New Hampshire. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that our current right to know statute specifically states that it is the right of every citizen to access governmental records. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that expanding the statute's scope to any person could lead to onerous requests and more litigation, creating higher municipal legal fees, larger operating budgets, and higher municipal taxes, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button to support tabling House Bill 66? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this distinction between citizen and person is a red herring, if I know that the House passed this bill in late February on a bipartisan division vote of 321 to 49, then would I press the red button to support the House's overwhelming position in favor of House Bill 66?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 66. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Foss.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 179 voting aye, 191 voting nay. The motion fails. The question now before us is the committee amendment, which is 1005H, printed in House Record 19, page 139. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment, and the chair recognizes Representative Magliore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 66 replaces the word citizen in RSA 91A, the right to know law, with person, allowing any individual anywhere on the planet to make a right to know request without ever setting foot in the state of New Hampshire, let alone in our own town halls. Additionally, although the original bill allowed for electronic request with the requester choosing the method of response, including electronic delivery, the amendment changes the bill and serves to cloud the definition of requester by classifying requesters in two groups in terms of how requests and responses are processed. House Bill 66 is a violation of the New Hampshire Constitution and an unnecessary expansion of the current right to know law. House Bill 66 runs counter to both Article 8 of the New Hampshire Constitution, which again states the government be responsive to the people who formed it, the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. And it's counter to the current language in RSA 91A, which has endured through numerous amendments to statute, referencing that it is the right, again, of every citizen to access government records. Further expanding the definition of requester to person will likely lead to a flood of requests from non-residents, including administrative costs, burdens, to municipalities. So consider this. A couple of weeks ago, I sent a request to my town clerk asking a question, simple question, about dog licenses. I got a response. Anybody, if this bill passes, anybody on the planet, somebody from China, Panama, God forbid Greenland or Canada, could now make a right to know request of my town for anybody who has sent an email that includes the word dog. And they could do this for reasons that have nothing to do with governmental records, but have to do with marketing campaigns. They could do this in every town, in every single one of the 234 municipalities in the state of New Hampshire. If it's every person, that happens. Every person, that's what will happen. So, what will the cost be, not only if this is happening in your town hall, but what will be the cost when the Office of the State Fire Marshal is now burdened with these requests from around the planet? The Department of Health and Human Services, the state police, your local police departments, the Division of Motor Vehicles, Homeland Security, and every one of the school districts in our state. What will be the cost in both time and money to respond to requests from around the world? The current law extends this right to every citizen in New Hampshire. This is fair, responsible, and endures transparency of our government. I urge you to vote against this OTPA motion. It is not necessary, so we can have a better motion of ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will the member yield a question?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from listening to the prior speaker, you might think that the current law says that the only people who can make a request under the right to know law are quote-unquote citizens of New Hampshire. The problem is that the law does not say that. In a couple of places, it uses the word citizen, and in other places it uses other terms, but it doesn't define what citizen means. So if the request is made to, for example, the town of Wyndham, where I live, do you have to be a citizen of Wyndham, or a citizen of New Hampshire, or a citizen of the United States, or a citizen of the world? The statute as it's currently written doesn't describe what that means. And in fact, this was, to the extent there's been this argument that, well, if we change the law in the way this bill provides, that we'll be expanding who can make requests. It should be clear that, based on the testimony before the Judiciary Committee, it was clear that there have always been requests made from both out of the town and out of state, and in fact, I think in some cases out of the country, and there was never an objection raised, as far as we heard in the committee, never an objection raised on the grounds that, well, you're not a citizen of the particular locality, except once, and that happened a couple of years ago, as I think we've discussed this previously, when a newspaper that serves the town of Rochester, but the owner of the newspaper is located right across the border in Maine, he made a request for records under the right to know law from the city of Rochester, and some clever lawyer in the county attorney's office, in the city attorney's office said, hey, let me raise this issue of citizen. I'll say that reporter is not allowed to get records because he's not a citizen of Rochester. It went to the Superior Court. The Superior Court wrote a very detailed and well thought out decision, which basically said much of what I have said previously about the fact that citizen is undefined, and that you couldn't say it means citizen of New Hampshire or citizen of some particular town. So this whole idea that we're going to be expanding who can get records under if we pass this is just not valid. In fact, because of the fact that we worked out this compromise in passing this bill, we actually place more restrictions now on out-of-state people trying to make requests, in the sense that if you're in-state, if you have some connection with New Hampshire, you can request the records electronically, and if the town has the records in electronic form, they have to provide it. But if you're from out of state, you don't have any New Hampshire connection, so you're somebody in, California or Beijing, and you make a request, it's perfectly proper for the town to say, oh, fine, we have the records. Just our offices are open from 8 to 4. Just stop in any morning, Mr. Resident of Beijing, and we'll be happy to have you look at the records. And in fact, the evidence that we heard in our committee was when those kind of requests have been made previously, the response of a school district or a town to that effect was a very effective preventer of having the people come in, because unless they really want the records, they ain't flying from Beijing to Rochester to get them. So this does not expand who can get records, which is why, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sort of saddened that we're having this debate on this, because as was pointed out previously, this was a bipartisan bill that passed this in the policy committee and on the floor of this House 6 weeks ago by a 321 to 48 vote. What could be more bipartisan than that? I submit to you that this bill makes perfect sense, and I urge you to support the OTPA motion. The only change made by Finance was a very minor thing dealing with the cost of an appeal. It made perfect sense for financial reasons. I urge you to support OTPA, and I would ask for a division vote, Mr. Speaker.
Who requests? Representative Wheeler requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 66. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Magliore for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I absolutely know that the citizens of New Hampshire deserve a right to have access to their government, and that right should extend to the citizens of New Hampshire according to our Constitution, then would I press the red button to defeat this motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill clears up some vague terms in the right to know law, if I know that the Finance Committee's amendment dealing with court fees is very minor and doesn't affect the bill's underlying policy, and if once again I know that this bill passed the House on a bipartisan vote of 321 to 48, would I now press the green button to support the House's overwhelming position in favor of House Bill 66? Thank you.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passes amended in House Bill 66. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 207 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 71 FN, Act prohibiting the use of the facilities of a public elementary school, a public secondary school, or an institution of higher education to provide shelter for aliens who have not been admitted into the United States. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Brian Seaworth from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jerry Stringham for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0555H, printed in House Record 19, pages 1 through 39, 139 through 140. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Stringham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against House Bill 71, but before discussing the underlying bill, the committee just unanimously supports the Patient Bill of Rights and the amendment that we just approved. But what is interesting is how this amendment came about. An underage male was in need of a kidney transplant. And when he couldn't complete all the pre-surgical, pre-treatment protocols, the treatment approval was delayed. Well, the pre-treatment that wasn't completed was an up-to-date vaccination list, which in his case included the COVID vaccine. And there are certain words that trigger awful memories of the COVID era. And I keep thinking we are getting by it, and then something like this comes up. Individuals screamed that the patient was being denied treatment for refusing to get an up-to-date COVID vaccine. The hospital involved, one of the best in the country, was being publicly denigrated. The Attorney General weighed in and stated that the hospital didn't violate any rules. Ultimately, and in short order, the hospital decided the risk of an adverse transplant were reasonable, even without a COVID vaccine, and the patient got his transplant, and we're all grateful for that. But by then, this non-germane amendment had reached this bill, which we eventually worked together, invested some time and energy, and reached consensus. But from here forward, I hope the words that seem to occasionally raise their heads, like vaccines, mandates, masks, COVID, Fauci, don't pop in to deliberate on unrelated bills. We often have strong and opposite reactions to these terms, and I'm one of them. But I will say we all agree about COVID, that we could have done a better job responding to the crisis, and we're all grateful that the crisis is in the past. Now let me talk about the underlying bill, which I object to. HB 71 bans the use of school and institutional facilities exclusively to shelter or house specified aliens under the order of the federal government, a state, or unit of local government. This prohibition includes sheltering for over 72 hours due to natural disasters like fires, floods, and earthquakes. The Finance Committee, this bill's been by the House before, but we heard significant concerns that this bill may conflict with federal guidance, potentially resulting in the loss of federal housing from the Office of Refugee Resettlement and the Department of Housing and Urban Development. This could cost the state of New Hampshire up to $18 million per year. And given the underlying bill's confusion over what the word exclusive means, what happens if just a few people go in? Does everybody who lives there that is not an alien have to be removed? And the lack of clear definition of specified aliens, as well as a lack of evidence that specified aliens would use public facilities for housing or natural disasters in New Hampshire, we assert that the potential economic harm of this bill far outweighs any benefit of this. So I would urge you to vote red so that a better motion can be made, and I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you just heard a lot about uncertainty and confusion and worst-case scenarios. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to tell you that this is really much simpler. Just as a reminder, as I'm sure you know, this is a bill that passed the House, and it passed the House by a decent margin on its policy. The reason it's back here is, as my colleague explained, because of a fiscal note. That fiscal note, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you recall when you looked at it, said that it was zero financial impact, but then it had some additional language about this worst case scenario and these giant numbers. I could certainly address in detail each of my colleagues' points. I could, but I won't. Instead, I think this is very simple. I would simply ask you to focus on that word exclusively. It's on line 6 in the bill. When you apply that, in my opinion, the only way someone could violate this law is if they deliberately set out to do so. And only by deliberately setting out to violate this law would they upset our federal paymasters in the way that that the minority has implied. The majority of the Finance Committee found that this bill has zero financial impact, and therefore we have no reason to opine further. The action of this House today should be to reaffirm our previous vote, send the bill over the wall, and let our colleagues consider this bill on its policy implications. Mr. Speaker, please join with me and press the green button. Thank you.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on House Bill 71. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Stringham for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know House Bill 71 bans the use of schools and institutional facilities with an undefined or not purely defined term of exclusivity, and if I know that the interpretation of this by the Office of Refugee Resettlement and the Department of Housing and Urban Development could cost us as much as $18 million, and if I know that the vote on this was close the first time around and partisan, would I vote red on this motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Seaworth for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill has no financial impact, would I not press the green button and reaffirm my prior vote? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes as amended in House Bill 71. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to say the vote. 209 voting yea, 162 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 115 FN, an act relative to universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account Program. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Mr. Daniel Propovici Mueller for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kate Murray for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Kate Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the OTP motion of HB 115. We have seen across the state widespread disapproval of this EFA program. Beginning with the public hearing on the program of January 18th of this year, 3,253 people registered their opposition, while only 770 people expressed support. At the Finance Committee public hearing, scores of people came out to speak against the program. Not one that I recall spoke in favor. I've received hundreds of emails in opposition to this program, and I know you have as well. I did receive one single email in support. Our taxpayers and our constituents issued statements through their town meeting processes protesting the expansion of the program, numbering well over a dozen at this point, more still coming in. Back in 2022, when this body voted to fund this program, it did so based on an estimated cost of $300,000. The cost of the program was over $14 million. The following year, the program cost $22 million. This year, the cost is more like $28 million. By removing the eligibility cap to this program, the most reliable estimates show that the cost of the expansion could reach anywhere from $60 million to $100 million. Somehow this program that was only supposed to cost $300,000 has ballooned into something 200 times as much in 3 years. Clearly, attention must be paid. Many of these vouchers are nothing more than taxpayer-funded grants to people who are already wealthy enough to send their children to a private school. Others go to families whose children have never set foot in a public school and cannot know whether the public school system is or is not for their child. Further, we have no standardized testing assessment to determine how well or how poorly these children are doing, or these children are being educated. At a time when we are cutting virtually every program in the state, this is not the time to expand a program that is so costly and so unpopular, except within a very small community of people, and lacks even the most basic elements of accountability. We are here to be good stewards of the people's money. In a year when we are facing not even an efficiency budget, but a starvation budget, when every agency and every department is being cut, it is egregious that we are considering expanding such an expensive and unpopular program. I ask that we show fiscal responsibility and we listen to our constituents and vote against the OTP motion. And Mr. Speaker, thank you, and we request a roll call vote, please.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 115 has been approved by the Education Funding Committee, Division 2, the Finance Committee, and this body. On March 14th, we voted House Bill 115 ought to pass by more than a dozen votes. Let's do it again. After all, the EFA program has already saved taxpayers more than $266 million.
House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 86% of parents support school choice. And most importantly, Students should never be turned away from education options because of their zip code or their ability to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage all of you to vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Representative Kate Murray has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, the majority committee report of how to pass on House Bill 115. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Eileen Kelly for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this budget proposes significant changes to the school voucher program by first increasing the income eligibility threshold for participants in fiscal year 2026 and eliminating income criteria entirely in fiscal year 2027. And if I know that the fiscal impact of this bill is indeterminable, as it is expected to greatly increase the number of students accessing the school voucher program and could cost the state between $60 to $120 million, according to a Reach or Higher New Hampshire analysis. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that across the state at town meetings this March, numerous towns passed warrant articles urging the legislature to reject a school voucher program that uses taxpayer dollars to fund private and religious schools, diverting millions of taxpayer dollars away from public schools at a time when the state's decrease in revenue is resulting in devastating costs to necessary state services. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if you know, and I think you might on this one, that I have been waiting 26 years to finally deliver my very own PI, then please vote no and press the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we all want what's best for our children's education and that their local public school might not be meeting their educational needs, if I know that our Education Freedom Account program has won awards as the best administered choice program in the country, if I know that this bill provides an increase in the family income cap in year 1 and is available to all New Hampshire school-age children regardless of income in year 2, just like public schools, and finally, if I know it's for the children, would I press the green button?
The motion before us is the majority committee report of how to pass on House Bill 115. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Because you were accused on the bill. Representative Petternell. Representative Weber.
The member needs to be in his seat.
Do you need to change your vote?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 188 voting yea, 181 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Representative Katab and Litchfield declared a conflict and recused themselves from the vote.
No debate. The Granger wants a roll call.
The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 282FN, an act increasing the maximum benefits for the first responders critically injured in the line of duty. Consider the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Chris Mums for the committee. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 282FN. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Potenza. Representatives McGrath and Plant. Representatives Plant and McGrath, please. Thank you. Representative Petternell. Two in a row.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 296 voting yea, 76 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 506FN, an act relative to the background checks during motions to return firearms and ammunitions. Consider the same, report the same, with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Daniel Popovici-Mueller for the committee. The question is on the motion of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 511FN, an act relative to the cooperation with federal immigration authorities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Joe Sweeney for the majority of the committee. minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Sent of Chris Mums from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0785H, printed in House Record 19, page 140. And the chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. If there's one thing that we can all agree on, it is that our immigration system is broken and we need to fix it. Securing our border must certainly be part of that. But let's not forget that our border does not define who we are as a country. A border is only a line on a map. What truly defines us are the values and the principles we hold dear. In the United States, those values and principles are reflected in our Constitution and the laws we, the people, have passed in our efforts to create a more perfect union. The laws we expect all to adhere to and enforce. When HB 511 first came before the House, I was one of the 351 of us who voted in favor of it. But I'm opposed to this amendment and will be opposed to the bill should it pass with this amendment, and let me tell you why. Nearly all of us are immigrants. The only question is when and how we or our family members arrived. Many of us in this chamber today have ancestors who I'm sure would have been considered undocumented or illegal by today's standards. The one thing that united and still unites all those who come here is the yearning to be free and to pursue the American dream. It's what distinguishes us from other countries and should be the guiding principles upon which all our immigration policies are based. That is why my parents came here. They were born in the Netherlands when the German army invaded Holland in 1940. My mother was 13, my father was 12. As the tide of the war turned against them, the German army began to round up young Dutch men and send them to Germany to work in factories and live in work camps surrounded by barbed wire and armed guards. Soldiers would routinely sweep through neighborhoods, demand to be allowed in homes, and detain any young man they encountered. One of my uncles left the city to hide in the country. Another had a hiding place under the floorboards that he would retreat to when his neighbors told him there were soldiers in the neighborhood. In early 1945, when my father was 17, he was picked up and taken to Germany to work in a factory. The Dutch government of the time, installed by the Germans, did nothing to stop or even hinder his efforts. There was no due process. My grandparents were not able to appear before a judge on his behalf. My father was simply picked up and shipped out. My parents immigrated to the United States in 1953 because they knew they would never have to fear being treated that way in the United States. We were that shining city on the hill to them. As we struggle to fix our broken immigration system, we need to support the work of the federal authorities who are responsible for enforcing our immigration laws. I understand and respect the difficult job that law enforcement and Immigration and Border Control have, and that is why everything we ask them to do should be unimpeachable and consistent not only with the law, but the moral principles upon which this country was founded. That is why when this amendment came to us in Finance Division 1, I had to pause. If we adopt this amendment today, our counties will be authorized to hold someone in their criminal correction facility after their state charges have been discharged, not because they have been charged with any additional crime, but just because ICE or any federal agency asks them to do so. The only thing that ICE must do is provide proof of what is referred to as an immigration detainer against that individual. I am not a lawyer, but I have been advised by people who are that being in the country without proper documentation is not a crime. Asking for political assignment is not a crime. And overstaying a visa is a civil violation, not a crime. Immigration detainers are administrative forms prepared and issued by ICE. They are not reviewed and signed off by a judge. They have sometimes resulted in illegal detention of individuals who have not violated civil immigration laws, including U.S. citizens and immigrants who are lawfully present in the United States. This amendment permits a county to hold anyone with an immigration detainer for up to 48 hours, not including Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, which means that if someone is detained on Thursday before a long holiday weekend, they can be held in prison with no charges filed against them among the general criminal population for up to 5 days after their state charges have been discharged, and there's nothing that that person can do about it. Again, although I'm not a lawyer, the one thing I have known since at least 5th grade American history is that in America, everyone is considered innocent until proven guilty. There is also this thing called due process that ensures that individuals are treated justly and have the opportunity to defend their rights when the government seeks to deprive them of life, liberty, or property. And finally, there is the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution that prohibits each of us against unreasonable confinement. Those three principles, innocent until proven guilty, due process, and bans on unacceptable confinement, are as American as baseball, hot dogs, and apple pie. Then why, I ask, are we considering legislation that violates all three of them? We recently have seen plane loads of individuals alleged of being members of a Venezuelan gang being sent to prison in El Salvador, with any of them receiving due process. The administration in Washington even acknowledges that one of those individuals should not be there due to an administrative error. It is enough of a concern that their case was referred to the United States Supreme Court, who ruled earlier this week that detainees are entitled to notice that they are being removed and an opportunity to challenge their deportations before a federal judge. Perhaps even more disquieting, particularly to me, given my father's experience, are the students from Columbia and Tufts University who have literally been picked up on the street by masked agents of ICE and then transported to Louisiana, again, without any charges having been filed and no due process. Now, and again, in the spirit of full disclosure, the same lawyers who told me that it is not a crime to be in the country without proper immigration documentation also told me that many jurisdictions around the country, including more than one county in New Hampshire, enter into what are called intergovernmental agency agreements with ICE that enables them to detain individuals ICE believes are undocumented. Clearly, that is the case in Louisiana. I do not want New Hampshire to become Louisiana. I do not believe this legislature should take any action that suggests, encourages, or sanctions that it is all right for any jurisdiction to hold innocent individuals in any of our criminal correctional facilities for any length of time who have not been charged with a crime. We must not establish a precedent that requires that our criminal system incarcerate people for potential civil violations. And we must protect our counties from potential costly lawsuits if it is later determined persons ICE asked them to detain should not have been held by them. Many of you here today will remember the late, great Rennie Cushing, who represented Hampton in this House for many years. Rennie was a good friend and a mentor to me. One of the thoughts he shared with me once that I have never forgotten was something along the lines of, the most awesome power any government has is the power to deprive persons within its jurisdiction of their liberty. That is a power that should be limited, carefully controlled, and only exercised in the most extreme of circumstances. Truer words have never been spoken. I am very concerned that with the passage of this amendment, we will be taking the first step down a very slippery slope that will end up making it far too easy for us and our federal partners to deprive our friends, family members, and neighbors of their fundamental rights and what it means to live in the United States of America. I could not live with myself because of my vote in favor of this amendment if sometime in the future, someone living in New Hampshire is picked up off the street and taken to a detention center, far from his or her home, without any due process or opportunity to defend themselves against that action. For those reasons, I cannot support this member, and I urge you to join me in voting no on this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few points I want to get off the top, and then I'll talk about the amendment. First off, a nation is nothing without borders. A nation is nothing without a process to make sure that if you are here illegally, you are committing a crime, and you should be dealt with as if you are committing a crime, which you are. The amendment, though, yes, the underlying bill deals with sanctuary cities and banning sanctuary cities in the state of New Hampshire. As the bill is currently written, as I wrote it, all counties would be holding any ICE detainee up to 48 hours, regardless of whether or not the county had an agreement with the federal government to hold ICE detainees. The county association came to finance because they didn't have the information in front of them when it was in the first committee, asking us to amend it so that only those counties that have agreements with the federal government would be required to hold ICE detainees up to 48 hours. So the amendment is taking it from every single county can hold ICE detainees up to 48 hours to just those county correctional facilities that choose to enter into an agreement with the federal government to hold ICE detainees. So we're taking it, I would be fine either way. I would be fine telling every county, hold ICE detainees up to 48 hours. The county association came in, they asked for this amendment so that only those counties that have those agreements with the federal government would be the ones to have to hold them up to 48 hours. That seemed reasonable to us on Division 1 in Finance. I'm good with passing the amendment that we're voting on right now. I'm good with passing the bill without that amendment. So it's a real choose your own adventure. We can vote with the Democrats and take away this winnowing amendment and make it so that every county will be required to host ICE detainees up to 48 hours because they are here in this country illegally. They should not get sanctuary in the state of New Hampshire, and they should not feel welcomed in the state of New Hampshire. So vote your conscience on the amendment in my own debate, and then we can have a debate on the underlying bill. Thank you.
The motion before us is on the amendment 0785H. Representative Mums has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the amendment 0785. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know what this amendment is really about, many of us have fought against the insidious infiltration of the federal government into every single aspect of our life. And if I know that as the way things stand with 511 already, that police in New Hampshire inform ICE as soon as they take somebody into custody that they have that person in custody. And if I know that the ICE then knows when that person will be released from custody. And if I know, in spite of this information, the amendment says that's not good enough, let's give them 48 more hours after the person's state custody ends, And if I know even that is not enough, because apparently ICE doesn't work on weekends, we'll exclude Saturdays and Sundays and holidays and give them up to 5 days to come and get this person. And if I know we don't need this bill, there's enough here to let ICE do their job without giving them this extra time, and with still letting them hear that they have somebody in custody for whom they have a detainer. Would I vote no on this amendment and press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this amendment was only trying to winnow down the sanctuary city bill towards the counties that only had federal agreements with ICE, and if I know that I've been convinced by my friends across the aisle that this amendment isn't really necessary for the underlying bill, would I now vote red on the amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Amendment 0785. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kesselring. Representative Nodder. Representative Aylward.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 36 voting yea, 337 voting nay. The amendment fails. We're now on to majority report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in... Okay. Right. All right, the motion before us now is ought to pass. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary, to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague from Hampton, I was also one of 351 House members who supported the amended version of this bill back on the 6th of February. While there were many things in the final bill that I disagreed with, I believe that the amended version would offer some level of protection for undocumented immigrants who aren't accused of crimes. So in the spirit of reducing harm to a vulnerable group of people, I supported it. 2 months ago, that seemed like a pretty safe bet. This is New Hampshire, and this is America. Our institutions have survived good administrations and bad ones. We have always had a strong bipartisan tradition of supporting the rule of law, due process, and freedom of speech. Until recently, being in this country, simply being undocumented in this country, wasn't considered to be a crime unless a person crosses the border illegally. But the administration in Washington has made it clear that regardless of what the law says, it believes that all undocumented people are criminals. Many of these people are our neighbors. They've lived in our communities for years, they have paid taxes, they have built our homes, they have prepared our meals, and they have even risked their own health by serving as essential workers during COVID. Study after study consistently shows that immigrants are the least likely group of people to commit serious crimes. And when they do commit a serious crime, long before this bill ever existed, it's been the policy of police departments across this state to notify ICE, even in communities where police departments have so-called sanctuary policies. What's changed over the past few weeks for many of us has been seeing green card holders who may have committed minor crimes and violations in the past, often many years in the past, suddenly seized and deported. We have seen a Russian scientist who's worked in the United States for 20 years and been critical of Putin and his invasion of Ukraine, stopped at the airport and sent to a detention facility. This woman has no criminal record, committed no crime, and now faces deportation. We have seen people flown to a prison in a foreign country with no due process who were accused of being criminal gang members. But later we found out that some of these people not only didn't have criminal records, we found out that some of them were in the U.S. legally and never had a hearing before they were put on a plane to a foreign prison, where we have also seen video of these same prisoners being abused. And on Sunday, we found out this situation was even worse than we thought. According to CBS News, 75% of the 238 immigrants who were sent to the Salvadoran mega prison had no traces of a criminal record. No traces of a criminal record. The bottom line is that when you respect due process and the rule of law, these are the kinds of things that you find out before you pack people off to the harshest prison in a foreign country where the rule of law is the rule of a dictator. Since we first passed this bill, we have seen scores of other immigrants, both documented and undocumented, with no criminal records, who haven't been accused of crimes, being taken into custody. In recent weeks, nearly 300 students, including a student at Dartmouth College, have had their visas revoked, not for committing a crime, but for expressing opinions that some in our government don't agree with. Many of you have probably seen the video of an international student pulled off the street by ICE agents wearing masks in a scene right out of a bad movie. Her offense was writing an op-ed in a student newspaper urging her college to divest itself of stock in companies with ties to Israel after 2 years of unspeakable violence in the Middle East. To be very, very clear, in America, you do not sign away your right to free speech when you enter this country, and you do not sign away your right to due process just because you have a different accent. If we pass this bill, we're not simply doing our part to solve the immigration problem. What we are doing is putting our stamp of approval, the stamp of approval of our live free or die state, on a federal policy that allows the innocent as well as the guilty to be demonized, rounded up, and caged with little or no regard for due process. What this bill does, under the guise of enabling New Hampshire law enforcement to support federal immigration efforts, is to make our state a willing accomplice in a politically manufactured campaign of state terrorism against a group of people, the vast majority of whom came here not to victimize America, but because they love America and they believe America is good. If you believe those people are right, and you also believe that there can be no liberty where brutality reigns and the law is used as a weapon against the weak, I urge you to pass the red button and show your support. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you are in this nation illegally, I do not want you welcomed in the state of New Hampshire. If you are in this nation illegally, you should not have sanctuary in the state of New Hampshire. We've seen the headlines. We've seen the news stories, the video clips just earlier this year from neighboring states that have adopted these sanctuary policies at large, and what destruction and death they have brought to their states. And it's not immune. We're not immune to it in New Hampshire, even with my own town. Since we voted on February 6th, there was a case in my town of Salem, New Hampshire, where a resident, a constituent of those of us that are here from Salem, was dealt drugs from somebody from Lawrence, Massachusetts. Those drugs were laced with a lethal, deadly dose of fentanyl. And when the police investigated it in Salem, New Hampshire, they traced the drugs back to this Lawrence, Mass drug dealer who had an ICE detainer against him for years. But the state of Massachusetts and the city of Lawrence, because they were sanctuary, did nothing. And that bled over into New Hampshire. Now, unfortunately, this bill doesn't change Massachusetts laws. So it would not have changed that situation with a mass illegal immigrant coming up to New Hampshire to push off their deadly drugs. But every step that we can take to make New Hampshire a little bit safer, to protect our citizens, we just had a massive surge for the last 4 years at our southern border that brought millions of illegal immigrants in. At the southern border, the northern border, through our ports, an unmitigated disaster for 4 years. It stopped now, and it stopped for now. But we still have those that are here that we need to get out. They should not be welcomed in the state of New Hampshire. They should not have sanctuary in our biggest cities or our smallest towns, on our college campuses, in our facilities. We need to say no. It's time to be the adults in the room, recognize that a nation is nothing without borders, that a nation is nothing if we ignore the laws of the land. We need to take the handcuffs off of our local law enforcement and encourage them to cooperate with federal law enforcement, with ICE, to protect New Hampshire, to keep our state safe, and vote green to ban sanctuary cities in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you very much.
Representative Sweeney House will be in order. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is how to pass on House Bill 511. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Ray Newman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that crossing the border is illegal. I also know that in the United States, there is no law that says it is illegal to be in this country without papers. Having said that, if I know that all people are entitled to due process, even incarcerated people, because the Constitution refers to people. And I know we hear 48 hours over and over again, but the truth is that detainers are valid for up to 5 days because they don't count Saturday, Sunday, and holidays. And finally, if I know that the bill requires our underfunded and understaffed law enforcement agencies to spend their limited resources reporting every single denial of an ICE detainer, would I now press the red button to defeat this outrageous bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill stops towns, cities, and counties from adopting sanctuary policies that welcome illegal immigrants to New Hampshire, and if I know those here illegally should not be welcomed or offered sanctuary in New Hampshire, would I now press the green button in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 511. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 211 voting yea, 161 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Representative Hunt moves that the House vacate the reference of Senate Bill 165 relative to audit requirements for consumer cooperative associations to the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And it's referred to the Committee on Housing. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
that the remarks of the previous debate be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 612FN, an act enabling the Division of Motor Vehicles to create a temporary traditional driver's license for youth operators about to turn 21. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. It's of Kate Murray for the committee. The motion before us is the committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 639FN, an act relative to the use of and disputes over blockchain and digital currencies. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joe Sweeney for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Chris Mums for the minority of the committee. A division has been requested. This will be a division with PIs only. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 639. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Munns for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the director of the New Hampshire Bureau of Securities testified to the Finance Committee that the Bureau considers digital asset mining and staking services regulated investment securities subject to regulation by the state of New Hampshire, which is not what this bill says. And if I know digital asset mining requires large amounts of electricity, which will disrupt our local and regional energy market, potentially increasing the cost of electricity to many Granite Staters. And finally, if I believe that local communities should have a central role in the regulation of blockchain operations within their communities, then would I now press the red button to defeat the motion of ought to pass so that another motion may be made and so that the impact of this new and evolving technology can be further evaluated before statutes governing it are enacted?
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill establishes legal clarity and dispute resolution mechanisms for blockchain and digital asset businesses, if I also know that it prevents discriminatory treatment of lawful digital asset mining while preserving all existing environmental and zoning regulations, and if I know that any concerns that the Securities Department had with one line in the bill have been resolved with compromise language developed jointly by that office and the sponsor and will be an easy fix across the hall. And finally, if I know that this bill implements the remaining recommendations from the Governor's Commission to position New Hampshire as a competitive jurisdiction for emerging blockchain technologies, would I then press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us now is the Majority Committee report of order passing House Bill 639. This is a division vote. We're in the voting mode. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. And voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 205 voting aye, 169 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance 2 has referred House Bill 713 FN, Act relative to mile markers along Route 112. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jerry Stringham from the committee. The amendment is 1271H, printed in House Record 19, page 141. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. All right, this is going to be a division with just PI, so everybody stay in your seats. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 723 FN, Act repealing the multi-use energy data platform. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Camberlis for the majority of the committee. Minority, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Chris Mums from the minority of the committee. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, a majority committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 723. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Mums for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would stop the energy data platform in its tracks just as a cost-benefit analysis that will tell us how much savings it can provide to the New Hampshire energy consumers is ready to be completed, and if I know that the data platform was developed to provide universal access to electric and gas utility data to help individuals, businesses, and municipalities save money on their energy bills, and that pulling the plug after the work has been completed is the worst kind of government inefficiency. And finally, if I know that there is no cost to the state to implement this platform, and that any cost to ratepayers will be amortized over 840,000 consumers and 60 months worth of bills, so no one feels the implementation cost, but being able to use our energy data to plan and save would pay dividends on bills for years to come, then would I now press the red button to kill this ill-conceived motion of ought to pass so that another motion may be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that if electricity customers and the utilities and alternative suppliers who serve them demand an online data platform, that private sector vendors will line up to serve that need, would I then press the green button to repeal this inefficient and ineffective government program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 723. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to say to the vote. 209 voting nay, 165 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. All right. Representative Mills for an announcement. We've got two announcements. Everybody can stick around for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public Works and Highways, when you are done with your lunch, we have a complimentary cake has been presented to us in room 201. Come enjoy it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for an announcement.
Walmart invites you to the cafeteria for a free lunch and health screening. Make sure you can get through the rest of the day.
We'll be at lunch until 1:30. House will be in order. Majority Committee on Finance, to which was referred HB 1-A, an act making appropriations for the expense certain departments the state for fiscal years ending June 30th, 2026 and June 30th, 2027. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. So Ken Weiler from the majority of the committee. Minority Committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Consider Mary Jane Wallner from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1474H, printed in House Record 19, pages 28. The chair recognizes Representative Leachman. The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During my 9 terms on finance, I've supported both Republican and Democratic-sponsored budgets. However, due to the deep cuts made to Governor Ayotte's proposed 2-year budget, I cannot in good faith push the green button. I spoke to the governor's budget director several times, who continued to express his complete confidence that the governor's budget was balanced and additional revenue was not necessary. Balanced maybe, but with cuts I could not support. I guess my suggested idea to restore the 0.5% reduction that was done in 2021 to meals and rental tax was missed. By the way, restoring that 0.5% would have raised $51 million that would have helped maybe lessen the pain of those cuts made by the governor and the Finance Committee. On to some of the cuts, Mr. Speaker. As you and I both know, tourism is one of our greatest economic drivers in New Hampshire. However, the House budget requires a $14 million cut to the Tourism Development Fund when attracting tourists is paramount to our state's economic health. The State Art Development Fund is being eliminated. By eliminating this fund, we lose the ability to leverage as much as $2 million in federal funds to support the New Hampshire Council on the Arts and their statewide grant program. Moving to the judicial branch. The branch agreed to a 4% reduction to their budget as recommended by the governor. This 4% reduction will result in the closure of at least 2 courthouses, the elimination of jury trials for 2 months, 31 full-time positions cut, reduced reimbursement payments to county sheriffs for court security costs, and will require the deferment of the Veterans Treatment Court. As personnel is more than 75% of the court's budget, it is difficult to make cuts without impacting personnel. Might further cuts, Mr. Speaker, as suggested by the House Finance Committee, call into question whether the court can meet its constitutional obligation to administer justice. Finally, Mr. Speaker, something that's really got under my skin. The Department of Correction that also reduced their budget by 4% as recommended by the governor. The chair of our division, Division 1, supported on top of the 4% a reduction of 150 jobs, 99 of which are presently filled at corrections. The commissioner was never asked for her input concerning these cuts, despite members of the Finance Committee asking for the commissioner's participation. Doesn't more information lead to better decisions? I think we all can agree that one of the most dangerous places to work in New Hampshire is one of our state prisons. We all know that staffing at the prisons has been problematic and has required the deployment of the National Guard from time to time to fill positions. I was told earlier this week by the Commissioner of Corrections that the proposed cuts, should they pass, will require the return of the National Guard to fill non-armed positions such as working in the kitchen, the laundry, or providing maintenance support. Mr. Speaker, I believe we could have and should have done a better job. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, this is what we came for. We've got to keep this state running. The writers of the Constitution said all money bills must originate in the House of Representatives. We have the most members. We have the most exposure to the citizens. We're up and down the state, all over the place. And we know New Hampshire citizens are always willing to give you their opinion. And we've heard many of those. Now, I've been doing this for a while. I find the intellectual challenge keeps me young. This is my 15th budget, and I believe my ranking member also has about that many budgets. I don't see her now. There she is. But we've worked on these. The Finance Committee collectively spent hundreds of hours on this. Every budget is different. I can never rely on some of the gimmicks I used the last one, and you have to come up with new ones every time. So it's a challenge. And we all worked together. We all looked at everything. I appreciate my colleagues that speak against it because they were making positive contributions as well. I'm sorry it didn't work out for them, but some of their ideas got adopted and put into the budget because we all believed they were good ones. Now, you're going to hear a lot of rumors from people who don't know much about this budget. You've got to vote against HB1 because it does this in a law. No, there are no laws. The reason why you see amended on HB1 is because the governor sends us a proposal in February. I put HB1 on it, and I put my name and my division chair's names on it as sponsors. So it starts off as the governor's budget. Then we spend all these hours and contemplations and executions and everything on this bill as it came to us because we also listen to Ways and Means, which, in my experience, is pretty darn accurate. They give us a number, it becomes a resolution, resolution number 17. That's our bottom line. We cannot exceed it. The revenue hasn't come in as well as we thought. We've had all these past 3 or 4 years of some COVID generosity while they ran printing presses to make money to give us, inflated the currency, which also gave us problems, but that's where we ended up. We didn't bring in all the revenue we thought we would because now the COVID generosity is gone. So what do we look at? And interest and dividends tax, there's still about $8 million left from late payments, but not the $200 million we were accustomed to. But we knew that. We were seeing appreciation in the other taxes. We are very fortunate to have such a great number of taxes. When I go to my ALEC meetings and talk with people from other states, there's some of them that they rely 60% for their revenue on an income tax. That is the most volatile tax you could rely on, and it's always causing them problems. We have all these other taxes, and surprising things happen. Oh, the economy's looking terrible. Well, how come the meals and rooms tax went up? Well, all those people in the other states that in the summertime they'd go to Europe, now they went to New Hampshire. The wintertime, they went to Vail or out in the Rockies. Now they came to New Hampshire to ski. So here the economy's not so great, and our revenue goes up. Hey, what a great bunch of taxes we put together to supply this state. I've always admired the genius of my people that went before me in this committee, and one of the reasons I stick with it so long is because I enjoy the challenge, as I said. So what we ended up with, we kind of put them in 3 boxes for what we ended up with for revenue. And we're looking back to 24 and 25 and what the governor proposed. And general and education trust funds, 24, 25, 6.2 billion. The governor thinks it's going to be 6.5, but what we got from Ways and Means is about 6.1. So it's a little bit lower than what we thought, and we had to make up for that. So we took a very good look at all the general fund things, and we knew we had to make some cuts. We looked at things like, can we cut out the middleman? Is there a board here or an advocate that's between the agency and the people? Why do we need them there? We have these small things. Board and tax and land appeal, very popular. You pay $40 and you bring your case. What does it cost the state? About $6,000. Wait a minute, are you willing to pay that $6,000 for the handful of people that went to the board and tax and land appeal? Or maybe we could let them go to court. We'll create a different court so they can argue that there. And we had a lot of disapproval of the child advocate by the children and family law that work with those people. They would rather be rid of them. We looked at a lot of those things. We looked at a lot of boards that we eliminated. And I was surprised because in the past, we've kind of overlooked fees. You know, and I remember years ago, the court system was funded on fees and fines. And in about 2000, they had an $18 million budget. And the speaker said, I'm putting them on general funds. What do we do with the fines? Put them in general funds. 6, 7 years went by. So what's the court's budget now? 40 million. Well, what about the fines and fees? Still 18 million. It's amazing when you're not depending on fees, how quickly you overlook them. We have 3 agencies that are self-funded. There's labor, insurance, and banking. They don't do fees, they do assessments. So there's an automatic increase, but it's not noticeable. Okay, here's how much we spent. Here's your share. Here's your share. Here's your share. That's the way they do it. But we look back, what does it cost to register a car? So much. When was the last time it went up? We can't find any history beyond 25 years. And DOT says they don't have enough revenue. That's some of theirs. Why don't they bring it up? Would you rather raise the gas tax or pay once a year for a little more to register your car? Not every time you come to the pump. Those prices hopefully will be coming down. So we also went to the court. When was the last time the fines and fees? Well, we don't bother with those anymore. That's your job. We'd overlooked them for about 20 years. So we went up with those. And under the other funds, which I say self-funded, if you don't want to do this, you don't pay the fee. You don't want to use that, you don't pay the fee. So we went up with the fees, and it brought us about 5% more revenue. And it should be fairly painless, because if you don't want it, you don't get it. You don't pay the fee. So that was one of our additions to trying to balance this budget so we didn't have to cut as much as we did. But we looked at a lot of things that could be self-funded. Hear a lot of complaints about tourism. Well, we get $15 back for every dollar we spend. Well, why don't we spend more? Then we might get 30 back. Nobody's ready to do that. What if we don't spend any? Well, we'll get even more back. Let's see if we can find out. Because all those places that bring in the tourists do their own advertising. Are we adding to that, or do we not need to do it? Let's take a look and see what happens if we don't give them. And the arts, I'm hearing from the arts. We didn't give money to the Arts Council. It's a small portion of their fundraising. What if you don't get it? You'll probably still survive. You may have to do a little more fundraising. Saturday I went by the brook over in Seabrook. I couldn't believe it. It looks like Las Vegas. And I'm saying, so how is this charitable gaming doing? And they say, well, we get so many applications. The ones that are really important to us that are almost national, We give them the full 10 days that they're allowed. And they said, Angel Flight, we gave them almost $200,000. Some of the lesser ones, and if they're not local to Seabrook, we only give them 3 days, and they don't get as much money. I was in a group that got on one of those lists, and they got 20 or 30,000. That's more than they'd raised in all the years they were trying to raise money. So we provided these things, additional places where you don't come to the state and say, give me tax money. You can go get money off the gamblers and use that for what you want to spend money on, especially if it's in a really approved charity. Why should the taxpayers be paying charity? So those are the things, and I want you to point out again before I close, HB1 does not have the laws that somebody have told you, oh, that's terrible, you got to vote against HB1 because it takes away our zoning. No, it doesn't. It's just a bunch of spreadsheets. One, it's 1,000 pages. It's one for every little department and office and agency. And that's what we look at, and we look to see how much did you spend last year? How much do you want to spend this year? How many employees do you have? I always get a song and dance on that question. So I went to the treasurer and said, give me the number of paychecks by month over the last year. Oh, you told me you need 120 people. I don't think you need that. Well, we're in the flux. We got somewhere here, somewhere, we're interviewing, we got people retiring. You only had 110 paychecks for every month of the last year. You got to kind of go behind the information they give you to find some truth. So, HB1 is just the numbers. If you vote against it, how do you expect us to fund the government? It will go from hundreds of hours of study by the Finance Committee to the Senate Committee where there's 6 people. None of them have more than 2 terms on the committee. They don't spend the time we do. And who knows what we'll end up with if we don't pass HB1 and send it on to the Senate. I thank you very much for your attention. I would note that we've answered questions for 3.5 hours in this chamber, 2 more hours online, and another hour this morning with a group. So we're doing our best to explain the budget, and I'm always ready to explain more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Does the member yield to questions?
Only 2 more.
Member yields.
Don't go away. Right here. Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of new reps here. Can you talk about the logistics of the budget? In other words, assuming that it passes, what the Senate does, what advantage they have over what we didn't have when we did the budget, and, actually even to the governor's involvement at the same process.
Thank you for the question. I did overlook that. We have to finish this week. We don't know yet all the revenue that's going to come in March or April. Some of the biggest returns on taxes are in those 2 months. They will know, and we won't.
If the representative will suspend, that probably was not the most appropriate question that could have been asked. So into the process that you've been into for the last 3 months or 2 months.
One more question.
Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day across our state, Granite Staters are sitting around their kitchen tables, sorting through their finances and trying to make ends meet. Some are young professionals searching for a place to live. Others are juggling high health care costs and appointments. Some are in dorm rooms, mapping out their class schedules and wondering how they're going to pay for school. And many are simply trying to stay afloat in a system that's becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. That is why I rise again in strong opposition to the committee's amendment to HB 1. It raises cost and fails to prioritize the real everyday needs of hardworking Granite Staters. It fails to address what we call the kitchen table issues. Let's start with housing. The number one issue we hear from our constituents. This budget eliminates the Housing Champion Program, a $5 million initiative that helps towns and cities to increase housing supply. Eliminating this program means fewer homes, higher cost, and more Granite Staters priced out of their communities. Picture these three households. A young adult couple just starting out, looking for their first modest home. Nothing is available. A young family for a bit of more space for their growing children. Still nothing available. An older couple looking to downsize into something more accessible. Again, nothing is available. By not investing in housing, we are making it harder for Granite Staters to stay in New Hampshire in every stage of their life. Now let's talk about health care. This budget amendment endorses Governor Ayotte's new health care income tax, which will force low-income Granite Staters to pay up to 5% of their income in premiums. Now let me put this on real terms. A single parent with 2 children making $68,000 a year would see their monthly health care costs increase by $283. Let's break down their monthly expense. Income, after taxes, $4,900 a month. Rent, $1,800 a month. Utilities, $300. Childcare, $1,200. Transportation, $500. Phone and internet, $150. School expenses, $100. Groceries and household needs, $750. And now we have the new health care income tax, $283. Let's add them all up. And they're all add up to about $5,083 a month, leaving that family $183 in the red every month. This isn't theoretical. This is real life for thousands of families in New Hampshire. And this budget amendment is asking them to choose between rent, groceries, and health care. On top of this, this budget amendment eliminates the family planning program, putting access to birth control, cancer screenings, and STI treatment out of the reach for many low-income Granite Staters, especially rural communities, where a family planning clinic may be the only local source of affordable reproductive and preventive care. In places where hospitals are already closed and scaled back, these clinics are often the last line of defense. Cutting this program just doesn't reduce the options. It removes them altogether. This means a young woman in the North Country must drive miles for a routine pap smear. It means a mother in the Lakes region loses access to affordable contraception. It means preventable cancers go undetected and STIs go untreated. It means health disparities widen and health care costs increase across the board. That's not just morally wrong, it's bad policy. And it tells low-income and rural Granite Staters that their health doesn't matter. And finally, let's talk about education. This budget cuts $50 million from the university system, eliminates $5.4 million in scholarship funding, and slashes $4 million from our community colleges. That means higher costs for students, fewer programs, and less certainty about their future. Will tuition go up? Will majors be cut? Will campus resources disappear? We should be doing everything possible to make New Hampshire a place where our children want to and can afford to live when they are grown. But this budget pushes them away. Mr. Speaker, when Granite Staters sit at their kitchen table, they're not asking for favors. They're asking for fairness, for opportunity, and for a shot at a better future. And this budget amendment doesn't give them that. Instead of investing in the people who make our state work, working parents, students, caregivers, retirees, it shifts the burden onto them. We should build a budget that helps people to get ahead, not fall further behind. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and demand a better budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment that's in front of you is the result of 6 weeks or more of full days, nights, weekends by the 25 members of the House Finance Committee, our 7 terrific staff members, and countless commissioners, deputy commissioners, and so on, who helped us along the way. And in particular, I want to recognize the Department of Administrative Services, who went way beyond what was necessary to help us. The problem we were given on Valentine's Day when we were handed the budget was serious. If we took the spending that was in the governor's budget and we compare it to the revenue that the House Ways and Means Committee predicts for the next biennium, and including this year, right? And we have to think about the end of fiscal year 25, this year, the year we're in now, as well as the next 2 years. We had a gap of $770 million. All right, that's a big number. When you look at total general and education funds of in the $6 billion-ish for the biennium, we're talking about greater than 10%. And so that's tough, and we had to do a lot of decision making to close that gap. And we did it the exact way that presumably you would do it if you found yourself in a similar situation where your expenses and your revenues diverge. We looked for more revenues, and we found them in basically 2 ways. One is more gambling, and one is more fees. We also looked for, we made and looked for significant cuts in expenses. We I think we ended up with 400 million-ish sort of thing in expense cuts from the levels that the governor wanted to spend. And then on top of that, we looked at some of our savings. So we have savings, and we have dedicated funds, and we have other sources of money, and some of that went into the pot as well. And what we came up with was this amendment. So there aren't any right and wrong answers here. All there is trade-offs, right? All the things that are being complained about, that we cut this and we cut that and we cut something else, well, if you don't want to cut this and that, then come up with other cuts in other places, right? Or other revenue or other whatever to close the gap, all right? And this budget cuts us. All right. Some of the things complained about, in my mind, are duplicative services, and some of them we're going to talk about when we come to them in floor amendments. But there's two specific things that have been mentioned already that I want to mention before I close. One is the Department of Corrections. We don't make decisions based just on guesswork. We base them on facts. And the fact of the matter is that 10 years ago, the Department of Corrections was in charge of 2,700 prisoners. All right, and today it's under 2,000. So they had 35% more prisoners than they have today. But 10 years ago, they had 150 fewer employees than they have today. So the number of prisoners has been going down significantly, but the number of employees has been going up. And so this is one of the most expensive departments in terms of general funds. And so we had to right-size them, all right? And we specifically did not want to make cuts to corrections officers because they are extremely short-handed in corrections officers. The problem is not corrections officers. It's the ancillary positions have grown tremendously. The teachers, the social workers, the counselors, all that kind of thing. And so that's where we made our cuts. Now, I want to say that there's a list of very specific positions being eliminated in-house in this amendment, but I don't consider that list to be final, right? We did the best we could with the time available, but we are still gathering information, and I think that it's sort of 90% right, but we will work with the rest of the process. The process still has, 8-10 weeks to run, and we will continue to work on this and refine the list of positions to get it as good as we can. But what's happened in corrections, and the same thing has been noticed by the Code Committee, is that they're just spending more than necessary. It's that simple. The other one I wanted to talk about was the university system. So in my mind, that's my personal favorite cut, all right? Why? The university system has a total annual budget of over $1 billion a year, all right? The amount of the cut we gave them was $25 million a year from the governor's budget. That's less than 2.5%, okay? The amount, remember I told you the problem we had was over 10%. So the university system, in my mind, got off very, very easily. Anyone in New Hampshire who wants to donate money to the university system can do so. About 70% of the adults in New Hampshire are not college graduates. They still pay their taxes. We tax them and give money to the university system. Of the 30% that are college graduates, many of them did not go to the university system. They went to other colleges. We tax them and give their money to the university system. Okay? The people that are getting this money, if either they're students or they're employees or some combination, right? They're not the people that we are supporting with things like our HHS budget or our education budget. Because for every dollar we give to the university system, it's one less dollar that's available for what's in my feeling is a higher priority. Kids, elderly, sick people, disabled people, all that kind of thing, right? So I don't have any problem with that particular cut, and I think we as a committee can justify what's in this amendment, and I hope you will press green.
Does a member yield to questions? Member yields. Not yet. You may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question, Representative. My question comes as a 21-year-old living in New Hampshire, wondering how with this budget I'm going to be able to start a family and buy a house. When we're raising fees, downshifting to municipalities, cutting family planning, cutting university funding, and making Medicaid premiums for those who need Medicaid the most, how is a 21-year-old or someone starting a family supposed to live here with this budget?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. I'm going to disagree with one little bit of what you just said, which is downshifting on municipalities, okay? We were very careful in this budget. The education money is higher than it has ever been, even though the number of kids is lower, right? And the rooms and meals tax distribution is going to be the same as it was this year and so on. So that part, I simply think you're wrong about. But again, in general, there's only so much revenue, and therefore there can only be so much expenses.
Does the member yield a further question? Yes. The member yields.
Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that there was going to be a large increase in gambling revenues. I think it's in excess of $100 million. Would that result in a huge amount of new additional contributions to charities in New Hampshire this year in this budget?
Yes, the answer is yes. And most of this addition is not really that we changed anything much about gambling, although we'll talk about something a little bit later. But it's mostly that we had better numbers from the Lottery Commission than were available to House Ways and Means in terms of estimates of what video lottery gambling is going to return. So we were able to put bigger numbers into our budget than the governor did.
All right, the question before us now is the amendment 1474H. Roll call has been called for. Is that sufficiently it's sufficiently seconded? This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1474H. This is a roll call. The House will be in order. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Kelly for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the budget is not just about finances, it is a moral document that reflects the values, priorities, and integrity of our state and protects the most vulnerable. And if I know that prioritizing our public school system and higher education is an investment in the future of our state, and this budget does not do that. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that this budget will increase local property taxes and expands the use of public taxpayer dollars to fund private and religious schools. And finally, if I know that this budget will devastate New Hampshire by slashing essential services and programs that our citizens depend on, and that New Hampshire citizens deserve a better budget, then please vote no and press the red button. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this budget has been painstakingly put together by our Finance Committee over the last several weeks, that it has been built on the responsible and realistic revenue estimates that this entire body unanimously voted on several weeks ago, and if I know that this budget does reflect our values, that it puts the New Hampshire taxpayers first and not the bureaucracies that have ballooned and bloated since 2020, would I now press the green button to accept the committee report?
The motion before us is the Amendment 1474H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 197 voting yea, 178 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. All right, we're going right to the vote. We have a request. I heard you. We had a request for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members should already be in their seats, so we're going right to the vote. The chair recognizes Representative Wallner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this budget will have devastating and long-lasting effects on our state, and if I know this budget includes deep cuts and outright elimination of vital services, and if I know there are reductions of $50 million to our state contribution to our university system, millions of dollars of cuts to our developmental disabilities and mental health systems, and the outright elimination and the unfunding of many small agencies like the Child Advocate, the Human Rights Commission, and the Board of Tax and Land Appeal. If I know that many of these reductions will lead to the loss of federal funds, causing additional harmful impacts to some of our neediest citizens, And if I know we can do better for our citizens of our state, would I now vote no?
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that, not only does this budget trim spending in a sensible and responsible manner, but it also increases some fees that have long been needed to be increased to right size and pay for the things that those fees pay for. And that, this is just the first step in the process. It's an invitation to the dance, and if we want to be able to dance in June with our friends across the wall, we'll pass this budget today by pressing the green button.
The motion before us now is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on HB 1. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 183 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred HB 2 FNA local, an act relative to state fees, funds, revenues, and expenditures. Having considered the same, report the same, the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Ken Weiler from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mary Jane Wallner from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 148H, printed in House Record 19, pages 28 through 126. Chair recognizes Representative Hopkins Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the HB2 committee amendment because this budget fails to protect the rights and well-being of New Hampshire's most vulnerable. Now, I believe in the premise that government is collective action for the safety and security of its people. Therefore, it is our duty as citizens, but especially as legislators, to leverage the power of government to protect those who need protection and to give voice to those who have no voice. But, Mr. Speaker, this amendment strays so far away from that responsibility. In examining HB2, it's not just the 180 pages of statutory changes on which we should be focused. It's the values this document reflects and the real-world consequences that it imposes. When we strip away all the line items, what we're left with is a clear picture. This budget abandons the people who need our help the most. So first, this amendment eliminates the Office of the Child Advocate. This is the one agency tasked with uncovering abuse and protecting vulnerable children across New Hampshire. Last biennium, the office managed more than 1,700 cases and critical incidents involving DCYF, residential placements, missing children, and the reports of restraint, seclusion, and abuse. This is not bureaucracy, it is life-saving work. A $2.2 million savings over 2 years is a drop in a budgetary bucket, but the consequences are enormous. Without this office, there will be no independent oversight of the systems that failed children like Harmony Montgomery and Elijah Lewis. New Hampshire children who died preventable deaths due to systemic neglect. Eliminating this office sends a chilling message that children's lives in New Hampshire are negotiable. Caring for kids used to be something that we could all agree upon. At a time when this budget already cuts food, health care, and basic services for children, eliminating their final layer of protection is not just short-sighted, it's unconscionable. Second, this amendment eliminates the New Hampshire Commission for Human Rights. It's the only state agency dedicated to investigating and enforcing anti-discrimination laws in housing, employment, public accommodations, and education. Last year, the Commission handled 243 formal complaints and provided training to state agencies in partnership with the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission. But without this commission, victims of discrimination will be forced into an already overburdened court system, by the way, that's also seeing cuts this budget cycle. So the cut of about $3.2 million in general funds and a little over $366,000 in federal support is the cost of justice and equal protection. Mr. Speaker, how do we justify prioritizing marginal savings over the right to be free from discrimination? Third, this amendment eliminates the Department of Corrections Parental Education Program. This helps incarcerated parents prepare to reunite with their families and reintegrate into society with the tools they need to succeed. Roughly 15,000 children in the state of New Hampshire have a parent in prison. This program not only helps parents reconnect in healthier ways, it supports the caregivers and communities to which they'll return. If we believe incarceration is for rehabilitation, not solely for punishment, then this program is essential. Cutting the approximate $200,000 for this program undermines our values, and it leaves vulnerable families without support. Fourth, this amendment includes a sweeping, vaguely defined ban on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts across our public institutions. A policy change inserted with no public hearing, no clear definitions, and no fiscal analysis. This so-called ban puts New Hampshire at great legal risk and financial risk, while threatening programs that support students with learning disabilities, disabled individuals needing accessible voting or parking, low-income residents seeking legal aid or housing, veterans accessing their earned benefits, and religious communities who need accommodations. Not only is this ban an unfunded mandate, it opens the door to lawsuits for breach of contract, discrimination, and non-compliance with federal law. During a budget crisis, we should be focused on solving actual problems, not stoking culture wars that turn back the clock on our civil rights. Here's the bottom line. HB 2 as amended fails to protect the rights and well-being of New Hampshire's most vulnerable. This budget prioritizes penny pinching over people. It strips away protections for abused children, marginalized communities, incarcerated people working towards a better future, and veterans and students who rely on equity-based support. New Hampshire is one of the wealthiest states in the wealthiest country in the world. We can and we must do better. I urge my colleagues to reject this vision for our state and to work together for a budget that reflects our common values of justice, compassion, and opportunity for all. New Hampshire deserves a better budget, Mr. Speaker, and for these reasons, I ask you to vote no against the committee amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler.
Okay, now that we've okayed the money, this House Bill 2 is the enabling legislation. This takes care of all the changes to the laws. The governor sent us about 100 pages of these, and I sent them off to all the policy committees that I thought would deal with those things to get comments back about whether they could support them or not. Some of them brought me changes and we incorporated them. There's about 28 bills, maybe more, that passed through this House that then came to us because we were the second committee. We retained them or we passed them, ought to pass, and we dealt with those this morning. So now we've got all these other bills that we put in here because they needed a little money or they needed some other changes. We amended some of them. I appreciate the efforts of many of you policy committees that I asked not to send us more money spending, and a lot of you that had a bill with an FN in it took the money out or found some other way to pay for that. I appreciate that, or we'd be in a bigger fix. So there'll be several bills and there'll be a whole bunch of amendments, so I won't take a lot of your time, but think of this as most of this season's bills that we passed, and they're in this HB2, and if HB2 dies, so do those bills that we all supported. That's not a good thing because that means the Senate won't look at them either. So if we pass them in this House, we ought to pass them again. Again, there'll be objections to them the same as there was the first time you saw them. So please support these separate amendments. You've got it on the white sheet, I think, for the Republicans, so you can take a look at how strongly these are needed. And I hope you will support these and not vote against them because you voted for them before or they wouldn't be in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment to HB2 spans over 100 pages and outlines changes across dozens of state agencies and departments. For some of us on House Finance, as you've heard, we've lost count of the number of hours spent working on this during the past 6 weeks. But this amendment is not about us. It's not about you, and it's not about me. It's about the men, women, and children we represent back home. So I ask each of you to look beyond the text and consider this bill through their eyes. Think of your elderly neighbor, the clerk at the corner store, the young mother shopping for groceries, the neglected child sitting alone in a park, teenagers dreaming of college and a future here in New Hampshire. To your elderly neighbor, this amendment is a nightmare. She may have to choose between heat, food, or prescriptions because of the increasing property taxes that result from the limited revenue sharing of the Meals and Rooms tax and reductions in county reimbursements. The amendment, on top of that, your neighbor will lose her voice and an advocate with the elimination of the Office of the Commission on Aging. To the store clerk down the road, she's not just working the register. She's also an artist who exhibits her paintings with the help from the town's Arts Association, a group supported by the State Council on the Arts. The State Council also provides local schools with artists in residence, state arts competitions, and art education. Its support for the New Hampshire League of Craftsmen helps bring in millions in revenue every year through events like the annual Craftsman's Fair. If this amendment to HB2 passes, New Hampshire would become the only state in the country without a council on the arts. Is that a distinction we really want? To the young mom in the grocery store, HB2 strips away more than just dollars. She relies on SNAP benefits to stretch every dollar for her family. And when the weather's nice, she uses those benefits at local farmers markets, buying healthy produce while supporting local agriculture. This amendment cuts that program entirely. Who does that help? Not her, not her kids, and not the local farmer who depends on that income. When I speak of that neglected boy, it's not a hypothetical, but real to those of us in Merrimack. who were left stunned and grief-stricken from the death of 5-year-old Elijah Lewis. Elijah had slipped through the DCYF cracks and was murdered by his mother. Like another child, Harmony Montgomery, who died at the hands of her father. The Office of the Child Advocate was created to prevent tragedies like these and to hold DCYF accountable and protect children who cannot speak for themselves. This budget eliminates that office and puts more kids at risk. We cannot, in good conscience, allow that to happen. And the teenagers full of potential, they're not just someone else's child. They're our children, our grandchildren, our future. But with deep cuts to the university and the community college system, we're pushing them out of state for an education they can no longer afford here. And when they leave, they aren't just leaving for a college degree. They take their talents and their futures away from New Hampshire. This amendment accelerates our brain drain and deepens the graying of our state. So let's see this amendment for what it really is. Not 100 pages of text, but cuts that run deep to hurt those who sent us here to represent their best interests. Let's vote down this amendment so that we can vote for a better budget, one that lifts people up instead of leaving them behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, in order to have a balanced budget, you need both House Bill 1 and House Bill 2. They go together. They're hand in glove. But in particular, by eliminating this amendment from House Bill 2, you would cut revenue, not increase it. Because all of the revenue changes we talked about, gambling, fee increases, dedicated funds, etc., that's in this amendment. And the total amount in this amendment is about $200 million per year of those kind of things, those kind of extra revenues. But the spending in this amendment is more like, looks like about 85 million total, okay? So, compared to the as a change from the governor's budget. So this amendment, if you got rid of it, the budget would be negatively affected by over $100 million, okay? That's just not responsible. It's that simple. On top of that, this amendment has about 30 House bills in it, many of which passed this body unanimously, and many of which were requests from people on the other side of the aisle. Environmental measures and things like that. And so if we want to be able to push for those policies in our negotiations across the hall here, we need them as part of House Bill 2, okay? So for all those reasons, really we must pass House Bill 2. I don't see that there's a reasonable other choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Committee Amendment 1488H. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is Amendment 1488H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ebel for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a state budget is a reflection of our values and our aspirations, and if I know that a budget should be forward-looking, support our communities, and invest in the future of our children, and if I remember sitting in this room 2 months ago listening to the governor give her budget address and urging us to continue doing what is working, and if I look at this budget and see too much of what's working being cut, with drastic reductions that burden families, businesses, and property taxpayers, straining our university and community college systems, tourism development opportunities, and healthcare access. And if I know this HB2 amendment falls far short of what Granite Staters expect and deserve, and that we all deserve a better budget, would I now press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I agree that this budget should reflect our values and does reflect our values, in fact, it contains virtually every priority item that this body has passed over the last couple months. And if I know that this is, once again, only the first step in a process of negotiating with the folks outside of this body, and if I want our positions to have a place at that negotiating table, would I now press the green button?
Motion before us is Amendment 1488H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attain the state of the vote. House will attain the state of the vote. 200 voting yea, 175 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Edwards offers floor amendment 1529. And Representative Wade is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to Amendment 1529H, and I'll make this blunt. Trans people existing does not affect your everyday life. We just don't. We should not be spending this much time and energy trying to strip away health care and rights from people who just want to mind our own business. I understand we're a convenient political punching bag right now. It's easy to target us, vilify us, and blame us for broader societal problems. But taking away our rights is not going to solve anything. I understand that people may have concerns in specific individual cases. But when we see sweeping legislation like this, backed by no evidence, copy-pasted from other states, and fueled by fear, it's clear that this is not about nuanced policymaking. The goal of this legislation is to label trans people as a threat to public safety and privacy, despite absolutely no evidence backing that up. Trans women are nearly 4 times more likely to be assaulted than cis women, not the other way around. There wasn't any example provided of a trans person harassing or assaulting anyone in a restroom. The only thing I was told was that some people were uncomfortable using the restroom with a trans person there. I'm sorry if my presence made you uncomfortable, but I'm just there to do my business and wash my hands like anyone else. That's what restrooms are for. And someone else's discomfort is not a reason to ban an entire class of people from existing in public who did not do anything wrong. Imagine that this law had passed and suddenly every public restroom has a padlock on it and you are the only person without a key. Imagine holding it in for an entire day just because the government thinks that you're a threat for needing to pee. The threat of harassment or assault is very serious in New Hampshire, but this bill does nothing to address those issues. All it does is allow any business or private entity to subjectively judge your sex at birth using any criteria they want. Birth certificates, bathroom monitors, genital inspections, you name it, because there's no guardrails at all in any of this legislation to prevent it. Even if this bill passes, this amendment, if someone wanted to enter the women's restroom in order to assault someone, do you think they're going to follow this law? No, because of course they wouldn't, because they're already going to break the law anyway. If you ever find a law that truly addresses harassment, let me know and I would be genuinely happy to co-sponsor it. I'm not here asking for special treatment. I'm asking to be treated like everyone else because we're just trying to mind our own business. Every one of these anti-trans bills had overwhelming public opposition. 80 to 90% of the people who testified opposed it. Thousands opposed, while only a few hundred supported across the board on every one of these bills. This policy has no place in a budget amendment, especially given this bill already passed the House a few weeks ago, and only serves to further codify discrimination into state statute. If you believe that we as a legislature have better things to do than to micromanage the lives of 1% of the population, if you agree with Governor Sununu's veto of this bill last year, where he said it identified a problem that does not exist here in New Hampshire, and if you think that I would look out of place using the men's restroom here at the State House, then I'd urge you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were asked to use our imagination, and I'm going to ask you to imagine your own reality. I'm going to ask you to know what you already know. I'm going to ask you to remember that we had a vote on a bill that was exactly like this, basically protecting bathrooms, locker rooms, sporting competitions, and detention facilities so that we can protect our women. We can protect our women. We can protect our women. We've already voted for this. I hope you will vote for it again. The other part of this bill is an effort to inject some free market experimentalism inside of our healthcare system. Since World War II, the government has gotten increasingly involved in making payments and regulating the healthcare system, and we're continuing to have problems. What this is an effort to do is to open up a member-based system that's worked in places like California and Oklahoma City. I don't know who might come into New Hampshire to try more of a free market approach, but they say that the test of insanity is constantly doing the same thing and expecting a different result. This gives us an opportunity to do something different and innovate, and I want to thank the representative for bringing it forward. Those two things together represent 1529, and I hope you will vote green again.
Representative Wade has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Rosner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. If I know that our transgender neighbors are not threats to safety or dangerous by nature, but people just like everybody else, family members, workers, students, human beings deserving of dignity and safety just like everybody else. And if I know that in places where this type of policy has been enacted, rolling back these protections has never proven by evidence to make communities safer, but it has been proven to lead to a troubling rise in hate crimes against transgender individuals. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that history will remember not just what we stood for, but who we stood with, then I would know that pressing the red button on this amendment is not just our choice, it is our responsibility. Vote red.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that if I know that these two bills in combination, one, protect the privacy and safety of our women, and if I know that we need to try free market approaches to liberate our sclerotic healthcare system and maybe make some innovations here in New Hampshire, would I then press green to pass these two bills that we've passed before and have debated endlessly?
Question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1529. This will be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 203 having voted in the affirmative, 169 voted in the negative, the amendment passes. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Berry offers floor amendment 1559. Representative Berry is recognized to speak to the amendment. Representative Berry waves off. Question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1559. Are you ready for the question? For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request that the remarks be recorded in the permanent journal on 1529.
We are in the voting mode, and we're in the middle of House Bill 2. I would ask you to hold that motion for a later time. Question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1559. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Mazur offers floor amendment 1526. Chair recognizes Representative Woods to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to speak against the Amendment 1526. I stand today to speak
Will the
against...
member suspend, please? It's getting loud in here. I'd ask people to please allow the member to be heard. Please proceed.
I stand against Amendment 1526. This amendment deals with vaccines, which are considered one of the 10 great public health achievements in the U.S. This amendment would keep some of the current vaccine requirements, but the requirement for the most virulent diseases, chickenpox, hepatitis B, Haemophilus influenza B, would be allowed to expire in June of 2026. This would make New Hampshire the only state in the nation not requiring chickenpox or influenza B, and only one of 3 states not to require hepatitis B. As we can see by the example of measles currently rampaging Texas, eliminating these vaccines can leave the citizens of New Hampshire very vulnerable. The amendment would also remove vaccine decisions from the rulemaking process within the Department of Health and Human Services and transfer that task to the legislature. This process, especially in times of stress, becomes highly politicized and would circumvent the very experts we have at hand to provide the best scientific perspective, thus making the response to any emergency lengthy, cumbersome, and not timely. Finally, this amendment is not consistent with our basic constitutional charge to support the general welfare of the citizens of New Hampshire. Please push the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Mazer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment includes 2 House positions that have already passed the House floor, which means we've had the debate on them. We want them added to HB2 to assert and make a clear statement in the budget that these are common sense priorities that would restore balance, clarity, and accountability in our public health policies. The first part of this amendment ensures that local health ordinances remain focused on clear and immediate threats, such as nuisances and similar dangers to public health, while reinforcing the role of elected officials in approving those measures. This is about transparency, local control, and respecting the limits of government authority. The second position in this amendment rightly reins in the rulemaking power of unelected bureaucrats by specifying in statute which childhood immunizations are required. It affirms the proper role of the legislature in setting public health policy. This HB2 amendment is a step towards a more accountable, rights-respecting approach to health governance. I urge my colleagues to press the green button to support it. Thank you.
Representative Weber has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that adopting this amendment causes adverse health consequences for our children, and if I know that stuffing large chunks of non-budgetary policy into a budget is not a sensible way to deal with our fiscal responsibilities, and finally, if I know that New Hampshire citizens deserve a better budget, would I press the red button to defeat this amendment?
Chair recognizes Representative Mazer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know these two positions have already passed the House, and this amendment just solidifies them as a priority, and if I know the first ensures local health ordinances focus on real threats and require elected approval, thus strengthening transparency and local control, and finally, if I know the second puts immunization decisions in the hands of parents and legislators, rightly restoring authority to those directly accountable to the people, would I please press the green button? Thank you.
Questions on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1526. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 195 voting in the affirmative, 175 voting in the negative, the amendment passes. Bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Spillane offers Floor Amendment 1560. Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the last 3 months, this body has left no stone unturned when it comes to adding new laws and new regulations to micromanage our elections, public education, our town budgets, and even the books that we find in our libraries. But when it comes to public safety and regulating deadly weapons, the preferred policy that this amendment would bring to the people of our state is no regulation at all. Not only would this amendment legalize the possession of brass knuckles, blackjacks, and other weapons favored by generations of gangs and street thugs, it would also set up something called the Firearms Freedoms Act that states that firearms made, bought, and retained within a particular state aren't subject to federal regulation, along with the claim that any rules or regulations are an infringement of rights. For the past 10 years, state legislatures have passed or tried to pass laws like these, but the courts have consistently struck them down. The goal of this part of the amendment is nothing more than an attempt to set up a potential lawsuit with the federal government that would have to be fought at the taxpayer's expense. That's the taxpayer's expense of taxpayers here in New Hampshire. If that lawsuit actually proved to be successful and the U.S. Commerce Clause and the National Firearms Act were effectively invalidated, which is the end game, regulation for machine guns, silencers, and weapons over 50 calibers would effectively end. So, lucky us here in New Hampshire, people would be free to stroll around our streets and public places with machine guns, just like Al Capone's 1930s Chicago. When Montana passed a similar law a decade ago, it was struck down by the Ninth Circuit Court. We could save our state a lot of time, a lot of money, and make the people of our state a heck of a lot safer simply by striking down this unwanted, unneeded, and outright dangerous amendment right here and right now. Please vote red to delete it. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on that, I guess I'm bringing the most dangerous amendment to this that anybody could possibly bring. Before I get into the merits of this, I just wanted to make one comment, and that if brass knuckles and blackjacks and slingshots were the weapons of gang members and street brawlers, one would think we'd actually have had some arrests and confiscations of those in the last 2 decades, but they haven't. I'm not going to relitigate the value of these 3 bills, but HB 381, HB 207, and HB 243 already passed the House with a majority that was bipartisan. And not only that, 2 of these bills passed the House 3 times last term. What I'm usually doing is trying to argue for one side over the other. We have a lot of bills we talk about here where we're deeply divided, Republicans and Democrats. But this is one of those times where I can say what we're doing is setting ourselves up to be one body that's attacking or preparing to defend ourselves against attacks from a body that's across the wall. And this is an opportunity for us to set ourselves up with something that we've passed on a bipartisan measure already so that we can come prepared to the budget discussions across the wall. And I ask you to be one body, united against the other body, and pass this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Muse has requested a roll call vote. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1560. Representative Muse has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment would set our state down the path where we'll see machine guns on our streets with no laws to regulate them, and if I know this amendment would also legalize brass knuckles and blackjacks, and if I know that our job is to defend public safety for the people in New Hampshire and not to defend our own egos against what may happen in the other body, then would I press the red button and oppose this amendment? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Spillane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know I'm skeptical about everything I just heard on the other side here, and I know that all of these 3 bills have passed this House, and 2 of them have passed this House 3 times before, and we have done so bipartisanly. And I know that it's fantastic to stand solidified against the other body because they often will do so against us. Would I now press the green button and support this amendment?
Question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1560. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. We have 203 voting in the affirmative, 167 voting in the negative. Motion is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Sabourin offers floor amendment 1555. Chair recognizes Representative Sabourin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, New Hampshire's 2025 through 2029 Child and Family Services Plan, Attachment B, outlines DCYF's budget for fiscal year 2025 through October 24th, 2024, due September 30th, 2025. It includes federal funds like Title IV-E, meant to support kids in foster care, adoption, and prevention services. Title IV-E's intent is clear: ensure safe, stable care for kids who can't stay with their parents, aiming for unification, adoption, or permanent placement, while funding evidence-based services to prevent removals. Think mental health, substance abuse, and parenting support. But look at the numbers. Of $22.6 million in Title IV-E funds, only $1.3 million, just 6% goes to foster family and relative care, or foster parent training and retention. Meanwhile, $8.1 million funds administrative costs, $4.7 million pays external contractors for staff training, and $5.5 million covers liability insurance for lawsuits over harm to kids in foster care. $0 go to recruiting or training foster or adoptive parents or to child care expenses. The Office of the Child Advocate's November 2024 report flags serious issues: foster parents abusing or neglecting kids without violations recorded, DCYF refusing waivers to keep siblings together or kids in their communities, unnecessary sibling separations, and despite low caseloads, persistent complaints about policy and best practice failures. Only $1.3 million supports the front lines of care. Worse, spending on prevention, protective services, crisis intervention, family preservation, and reunification is redacted. Zero state funds are allocated here, and with federal matching at 50-50, that likely means zero federal funds too. This defies Title IV-E's prevention focus. New Hampshire failed a 2019 federal audit, resulting in the state having to repay misused funds, and faces another Title IV-E review next week. In yesterday's Executive Council meeting, it was noted that DCYF did not even attempt to start complying with the recommendations for improvement from the 2019 audit until 3 weeks ago. HB 2 in this section without the amendment tells DCYF to maximize federal funding for screening, training, and tech upgrades first, with a vague child-centered nod last. It's weak, almost implying kids should be pushed into TANF or SSI to boost federal dollars, not what Title IV-E intends. We need this amendment. The legislature must direct DCYF to prioritize Title IV-E funds for safe care and prevention, not admin bloat or lawsuits. Let's demand transparency, unredacted spending, proof of compliance to the legislature. These children deserve stability, not a system spending more on itself than them. Without this, we risk more audit failures and penalties. Please support this amendment and press green.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my my fellow military veteran friend, a member of the Air Force, and I appreciate his dedication to this task, but we have a significant process foul here. We held hearings in Division 3 The representative wasn't able to participate in any of them. This is really the first time here on the floor that I've had an opportunity to hear his point of view. I've tried calling him, and I interrupted his work. So to give you a little bit of background on this, this issue was surfaced by the senior member of the opposition party, and we try to identify if somebody has a good idea, a good policy, we will look at it. And Division 3 passed this particular House Bill 2 item unanimously in the division, and then I think we didn't have any issues with it in the full Finance Committee. So I think this is a bipartisan. The part that's in there is a bipartisan piece of work, and I would hope that you would respect the work that we've done to be collegial and bipartisan in the narrow areas that we could. And I would ask you to vote green. Excuse me. No, red. This is definitely a red. I'm sorry. I'm a Nebraska fan. I should say go Big Red. Go Big Red.
Representative Weber has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. If I know the purpose of Title 4E is funding to ensure safe, stable, and care for kids who can't stay with their parents, aiming for reunification, adoption, or permanent placement. If I know that New Hampshire has failed its most recent federal audits for misuse of Title 4E funds and is now in noncompliance, and if I know that this amendment merely puts guardrails in place to direct the Department of Health and Human Services to provide compliance information to the legislature on a semi-annual basis and prioritize safe and stable foster placements and preventative services, would I press the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I knew that if we're concerned about financial accountability and reporting, they would not accept this amendment, because the bill that we put in includes financial reporting twice a year so that we can monitor what they're doing. And if I knew that these are a bunch of programs to help vulnerable kids, and if I knew that we were going after federal money without any additional general funds in the mix, and if I were looking for the one ray where there's a bipartisan issue to this, would I now press red on this so that the work of the bipartisan work of Division 3 would be left to stand? Please press red.
Question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1555. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gilman.
Have all members had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 104 voting in the affirmative, 268 voting in the negative, the amendment fails. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Potenza offers floor amendment 1562. I stand corrected. Representative Potenza is not offering floor amendment 1562. Bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Wallner offers floor amendment 1543. Chair recognizes Representative Ebel to speak in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this amendment. This better budget invests in our future and lifts up Granite Staters. This better budget helps our state, towns, and businesses, our people, to thrive. New Hampshire's budget should ensure good health care, support the most vulnerable, protect clean water and air, provide justice and public safety, and invest in great educational opportunities for Granite Staters. Our budget should foster a vibrant economy and support our citizens. Increasingly, the state is shirking these responsibilities. For too long, balancing state budgets has meant cutting state funding and forcing cities, towns, and school districts to make up the difference as best they can. The budget we just voted on continues that trend, increasing costs to communities while cutting the services they rely on. Sooner or later, someone always pays, and whether it's through higher property taxes or by families bearing the brunt of the cuts, they pay.
The members suspend, please. If you are, if you need to have a conversation, I would ask you to step out to the anteroom and do so quietly so that the member can be heard. Please continue.
When the state expands school vouchers and cuts millions from our university and community college systems, our local schools and future workforce suffer. Our communities pay the price. When the state cuts public education funding, then caps what towns can spend, it is using the power of state government to tread on our right, our long-standing tradition of local control. This is not the New Hampshire way, and our children pay the price. When the state cuts Medicaid provider rates, family planning, or funding for mental health, and services for the developmentally disabled, our hospitals, first responders, and families pay the price. When the state cuts county Medicaid support for long-term elderly care, our counties pay the price. When the state abolishes the New Hampshire Council on the Arts and shrinks tourism marketing budgets, cutting those economic drivers, it hurts business and cultural opportunities for us all. When the state abolishes the Office of Child Advocate, where is the watchdog for children at risk? When the state abolishes the Commission on Aging, who will help our state plan as our aging population skyrockets? Chief Justice Gordon MacDonald just sounded the alarm again about drastic cuts to our court system, courts that can delay justice while harm ripples throughout our state and increases local costs. When housing support is insufficient, our housing crisis deepens. When state aid grants for wastewater treatment plants are cut, towns must raise rates for improvements to protect public health. When the Renewable Energy Fund is raided, local governments are stripped of tools to lower energy costs and modernize. This is what downshifting looks like. This is what local governments face when trying to balance their budget and do what's right. And this is why, according to the Tax Foundation, New Hampshire has some of the highest property tax rates in the country. This is what happens when the state drops the ball, and someone has to pick it up. Too often, it's our towns, and too often, it's those who have the least. This is why a better budget matters to every Granite Stater. Our better budget declares that New Hampshire will do its part and shows that here in Concord, we care. We are here for you and for our state. This budget restores funding. It protects services. It invests in public education and health care. It doesn't balance the budget by downshifting costs to communities and property taxpayers. This amendment invests in the future of Granite Staters. It restores funding to our university system, helping New Hampshire students succeed, and supports business through workforce development. It reverses devastating Medicaid and mental health cuts, enabling families, seniors, and people with disabilities to get the care they need closer to home. This better budget increases state aid to cities and towns, enabling local governments to invest in infrastructure, public safety, housing, and clean water while relying less on property tax increases. It protects the Renewable Energy Fund and supports energy efficiency. It respects New Hampshire's tradition of local control by removing state-enforced public school spending caps. This budget reflects our values. It puts people first. This budget says we're all in this together. No budget is perfect, but this proposal is responsible and a compassionate improvement. It's a better budget for New Hampshire. So let's end the era of downshifting. Let's stop balancing budgets by pushing costs on our towns, our schools, and our working families. Let's pass a budget that invests in New Hampshire's future, that inspires us and says, we believe in you. Let's pass this amendment and let's give Granite Staters a better budget. Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Kate Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education is the foundation of our communities, the bedrock upon which opportunity, innovation, and shared prosperity is built. From early childhood through college, from new Americans starting fresh to lifelong learners continuing to grow, education touches every stage of life. Whether it's learning the ABCs, advancing cutting-edge technology at UNH, which allows submarines to do their own repairs while still at sea, helping new Americans open businesses that support future generations, education fuels our humanity. When we stop investing in learning, we limit our potential. Unfortunately, the budget presented to us today does just that. It stifles education at every level. It slashes funding for early childhood education and eliminates the Office of the Child Advocate. It guts innovative programs in our public schools, including robotics and STEM initiatives. It imposes a devastating $50 million cut to the university system and a $4 million cut to our community colleges. Adult education is cut in half. Meanwhile, the one program that did see an increase is a deeply flawed and unpopular education freedom accounts, which grew by $16 million each year. And yet, despite this increase, there's still no accountability in the program. No way to measure student success beyond anecdotal parental reports. That's not how we ensure quality education. That's not how we support student achievement. Taken together, this budget sends a troubling message that an uneducated and uninformed population is a desired outcome. But Granite Staters know better, and they deserve better. We're here to offer a better way forward. Our proposal restores the $50 million to the university system and the $4 million to the community college. Investments that support real-world advancements in technology, computer science, and engineering. These institutions provide hands-on experience and a clear pathway to high-paying jobs, and they help keep our young talent right here in New Hampshire. We fully restore funding to adult education because we know that without a high school diploma, Granite Staters are locked out of opportunity. With a diploma, doors open to jobs, to further education, to a better life. If we do not restore this funding, this program will not be able to continue. And while we recognize the views of those who support the EFA program, this proposal maintains current funding levels and eligibility at 350% of the federal poverty level, honoring the program's original intent while we work to implement long overdue accountability measures. Now is not the time for expansion. Now is a time for responsible oversight. This proposal also eliminates the arbitrary and harmful school spending cap, known to us as HB 675, which strips local control from our municipalities. In this state, we trust our cities and towns to know what is best for their schools, and we reject any policy that would result in cuts to special education, general education, sports, arts, and more. We've added a pilot program to provide direct certification for free and reduced lunch, ensuring no child goes hungry in school at no additional cost to the state, because hungry kids can't learn. We also adjust the revenue sharing from the slot machine operations, increasing the state's share from 30% to 35% in the first year to 45% thereafter, bringing more resources to local education and local charities. Finally, this proposal removes a harmful, unconstitutional, and fiscally irrelevant attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The policy was introduced at the last hour of the last day without a hearing, and if enacted, would cost taxpayers millions of dollars in lawsuits and jeopardize school funding. An unintended consequence of this policy as written would likely target programs that support veterans and members of the developmental disability community. This is not what Granite Staters want. This is not how we govern. Mr. Speaker, the proposed budget that we just voted on is a flawed budget. It's not a responsible budget, and it's not a budget that reflects the values and priorities of the people of New Hampshire. The Better Budget proposal delivers a more thoughtful and forward-looking budget, one that responds to the voices of our communities, strengthens our educational foundation, renews our promise of opportunity for all, and is fiscally responsible. Granite Staters deserve a better budget that reflects their values and priorities. I respectfully urge you to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about the critical importance of Medicaid for Granite Staters. Right now, 1 in 7 people in New Hampshire rely on Medicaid, including children, pregnant women, people with disabilities, veterans, and working families. Nearly 90,000 children, that's 1 in 4, are covered by Medicaid, and 22% of all births in our state rely on it. These are not numbers. These are our neighbors, our constituents, our communities. Medicaid keeps people healthy and keeps our economy strong. It funds essential services from maternity care to mental health to supporting those with developmental disabilities. It saves the state millions in emergency room visits and uncompensated care, and it creates good-paying jobs in our healthcare sector. Last budget cycle, this chamber worked together to make historic gains, raising provider rates, expanding postpartum coverage, and improving infant services. But now the proposed budget cuts Medicaid reimbursement rates by 3%, a step backwards we simply cannot afford. Our Better Budget amendment holds the line, maintaining those rates so we don't lose the progress that we have made. But there's more at stake. The proposal also cuts $31 million meant to prevent a wait list for people with developmental disabilities. impacting the workforce and threatening services for those who need complex care. Granite Staters with disabilities deserve the chance to live fulfilling, independent lives, and they deserve better than what's being offered here. Our amendment restores that funding, aligning with the governor's original proposal. We've also made progress in the fight against opioids. For the first time in a decade, we're seeing overdose deaths decline. But we're not done. The House Finance Plan cuts $37.8 million from our mental health system, threatening everything from community support to the goal of ending ER boarding for people in crisis. Our amendment responds with a $22 million investment in community mental health, because care should be available when and where people need it. Let's talk about the New Hampshire Family Planning Program, which provides essential services, birth control, cancer screenings, and STD treatment to lower-income Granite Staters. For many, these providers are the only health care access point available. Eliminating this program, as the budget proposes, will drive people to emergency rooms and reverse decades of public health progress. Our amendment restores funding for this vital program because it works. New Hampshire consistently has among the lowest unintended pregnancy and STD rates in the nation and some of the best maternal health outcomes. That's not a coincidence. We also restore funding to the state loan repayment program, which helps recruit healthcare professionals to underserved areas. Freezing it, as proposed, undermines our ability to build the workforce we desperately need. Our amendment includes $800,000 to keep that pipeline open. And finally, the proposed budget includes a 5% tax on some of our lowest income residents who qualify for Medicaid. You can call it a premium or a cost share, but let's be honest, it's an income tax on hardworking Granite Staters. House Democrats will not balance the budget on the backs of working people. Our amendment removes this tax and protects the Granite Advantage program and CHIP as they exist in current law. Health care is not a privilege, it's a right. No one should have to choose between a doctor's visit and putting food on the table. Let me close with this. It won't be the lawmakers in this room who face the consequences of this budget. It'll be the Granite Staters who rely on the care and support that we're debating today. The security of our entire healthcare system is on the line. I urge you to vote yes on the Better Budget Amendment, because Granite Staters deserve a better budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Stringham.
Well, you've heard about how the Better Budget Amendment restores essential programs and reduces a lot of harm in the current budget. But how do we pay for it? This amendment contains no new taxes, no new fees, or any change in any tax or fee rate over what we've already passed. So let's dig into the numbers. The first source of additional revenue in this amendment comes from video lottery terminals, or VLTs. The governor's budget authorized our state's charitable gaming facilities to switch their slot machines from historic horse racing to the more lucrative VLTs. And she set the revenue distribution for VLTs at 55% to casino operators and 45% to the state. The governor's revenue distribution was consistent with the industry and the region, and the lottery commissioner said that under her proposal, casino operators were eager to make the switch. The amendment that we previously adopted lowers the state share to 30%, giving 70% of the VLT revenue to casino operators. The rationale is that the operators won't switch from historic horse racing machines to VLTs at the governor's level, because it would take the operators months rather than weeks to recoup their investment. This amendment takes that argument into account, providing operators 65% of the revenue for the first year, but then returning to the governor's 55-45 split after that. Doing so provides casino operators plenty of incentive to switch to VLTs and assures that New Hampshire charities and the New Hampshire taxpayers see more benefit, short and long term. This change alone brings in an additional $72 million into the state's education trust fund and brings in more money for New Hampshire charities over the next biennium. A second source of revenue for this amendment comes from rolling back the expansion of the EFA vouchers. While many in this room want to see the EFA program expanded, in a year when critical programs like mental health and developmental disability support are being cut, we can't afford to expand the EFAs to those with higher incomes. This amendment keeps eligibility the same as it is today, funding the program at the governor's FY26 level both years and reducing the budget we previously adopted by $32 million. These are the places we're getting the money to put back so many of these essential programs. Third, this amendment restores cuts to economic drivers like tourism development, the arts, and the university system, continuing what is working to stimulate New Hampshire business growth. Doing so allows us to use revenue projections between the governor and House, reducing her business growth rate of 11% over the next 2 years to a more conservative 4%, bringing in $285 million over the biennium. And even though the revenue projections in this amendment remain hundreds of millions of dollars lower than the governor's, it's worth noting that after the Executive Council meeting yesterday, and 2 more monthly reports have come out since she came and spoke to us, she stated that she's confident in the revenue numbers in her budget. So we're way below that. Finally, this amendment includes a new revenue source, the Sununu Center. This amendment provides for a sale leaseback arrangement of the 150-acre property that the Sununu Center sits on, allowing the state to sell this property this term. The amendment previously adopted does not sufficiently fund YDC settlements for the upcoming biennium at only $10 million a year. And admittedly, we don't have many pots of money to turn to, but we've made a commitment to provide justice to those who were abused at the YDC as kids, and this amendment directs all proceeds from the sale of this property to the YDC Settlement Fund. So this amendment is balanced. It contains no tax increases, lowers property taxes by returning more money to our cities and towns, and reduces the county tax rate. We realize it may take some bravery to vote for this amendment, but being a coward is only cute in The Wizard of Oz. The people of New Hampshire deserve a better budget, and I hope you will all join me in voting for this amendment that better serves our citizens, towns, county, and state. Thank you.
Representative Edwards is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was 4 speakers to me. So I'm a little outnumbered on this. They raised about 48 to 60 points. I could go by them point by point, but there's good news. Their Build Back Better budget is much like the kind of artificial reality that we've seen in the past 4 years at the federal level. There's infinite ability to spend money. There is impractical ways to raise money. Let's just take one, the Sununu Center. I thoroughly researched the Sununu Center's availability with the department, with the AG, with the Department of Administrative Services. I looked at selling it. I looked at getting a loan against it. None of those were possible, and I briefed the committee on that. There's no surprise. It shouldn't be in their amendment to begin with because it's a known non-starter. So if this Build Back Better budget is built on magic math, and this is redundant, the reason this sounded so familiar to you is because these were the same criticism you heard when we voted 200 of us to vote for RHB2. So rather than throw out that 200 vote, let's just go ahead and vote again and reject the Build Back Better budget. Thank you.
Representative Ebel has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Wallner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Amendment 1543 provides New Hampshire with a budget that better meets the needs of our state and provides for the well-being of our citizens, and if I know that this amendment restores vital state services, invests in our communities, and provides for economic development of New Hampshire, and if I know the amendment provides a budget that puts the people of New Hampshire first, and that it is a responsible budget that is grounded in common sense and fairness, would I now vote yes?
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this amendment was hidden from Division 3, that we had transparency in our process, and everything that the 200 of you voted on was heard in committee and had plenty of opportunity for both parties to comment, yet this amendment is brought in at the last minute without the ability of the Finance Committee to do it right. If I knew that, would I go ahead and vote again to support what we did earlier and build the budget properly? That's how you get a better budget. You use the proper process. So I would appreciate it if you would vote red so we can kill this amendment and keep alive the work that we voted for an hour or so ago. Thank you.
Question is on Floor Amendment 1543. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. With 166 voting in the affirmative, 204 voting in the negative, the amendment fails. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Lynn offers Floor Amendment 1512 and is recognized to speak for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment, which proposes what I would characterize as a compromise amendment to the Property Tax Relief Act, which has been incorporated into HB 2. The Property Tax Relief Act, as you know, is HB 675. I am a strong supporter of the basic principle of a tax cap for local school budget increases. The problem with the present version of it, as is in HB 2 now, is that I submit to you it goes too far. And it goes too far in that beginning on July 1st of 2027, its provisions would say that any increase above the prior year's budget, and assume for the moment, because I'll get to this in a second, but assume that there is no change in school population from one year to the other. The way HB 6, the way the present provision is worded, beginning on July 1st of 2027, under that circumstance, it would mean that any increase in the budget, even a dollar increase, would require a 2/3 majority vote. As I said, I'm a strong supporter of property tax cap. But it goes too far in that how do you justify that? That basically is saying that a routine kind of spending, you're never going to get exactly the same budget. Routine spending within the realm of inflation requires a 2/3 vote. How do we justify that? I just don't understand how we can argue that makes sense. So my proposal says that in order to invoke the tax cap requirement, it's got to be more than the CPI requirement. It's got to be something that is an increase above what inflation would call for, because it seems to me that sensibly says, well, wait a minute. If you school district, where there are often very low turnout elections, if you school district, which often has a low turnout election, you want to make what amounts to an extraordinary increase in the budget above what inflation would call for, then you've got to show that there's more than a bare majority of the low turnout that says that's okay. You've got to rise to that higher level of 2/3. That, it seems to me, I have no problem justifying that to anyone in my community. I would have a great deal of difficulty saying why it would make sense to have a 2/3 vote on, a dollar increase. The other thing I hope you'll ask yourself and think about on this is, as you know, we are really faced with three choices. We can vote for the current provision as it's in 675, which would say after 2027, any increase requires a 2/3 vote. Or there will be another amendment that comes after this one, which will completely eliminate the tax cap. So if we vote this amendment that I propose down, those will be the two alternatives. Leave it as it is, so any increase after 2027 will require a 2/3 vote, or get rid of the tax cap. I speak particularly to the folks on my side of the aisle. I don't want to get rid of the tax cap, but I am very concerned that there will be a number of people on my side of the aisle that will vote to get rid of the tax cap if we don't adopt this compromise amendment. And so for that reason, I ask you to please press the green button on this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a division vote.
Does the member yield to a question?
I do.
Member yields.
I thank the member for taking my question. I haven't had a chance to really digest your amendment yet, so my question is this. If the 5-year average CPI is 5%, would that allow a raise in the school budget each year by 4.9% with a simple majority vote?
Yes, I believe it would. If it's within the CPI, I believe it would allow for a simple majority vote for the increase. Yes.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It really pains me to come up and argue against my good friend from Windham, but I'm forced to do so. So this is a bill that passed the House narrowly, but it's one of the most important bills that we did pass this year, in my opinion. The number one complaint from my constituents, and I assume from yours as well, is the level of property tax. And property tax, so depending on where you are, is something like 2/3 or 3/4 of it is school costs. The cost of schools is out of this world. It's well over, in the state, the average is over $21,000 a pupil. In my town, it happens to be more like $27,000 a pupil. And to our shame, our performance is worse than average, so it's not good. Beyond that, in the state, spending has gone up in the past decade 58% when inflation has, spending per pupil, when inflation has only been about 38%. So, and performance has declined. So schools cost too much already. This amendment gives them a inflation adjustment just in straight dollar terms, right? So if a school like, I think my school, the budget is 15 million, maybe, something like that. This would give them an inflation adjustment, 3%, 4%, 5%, whatever it is, every year, even though the school population is in decline. There are very few places where if you look at the number of first graders, it's somehow equal or greater than the number of 12th graders, right? School populations are going down and have been for decades. That's a demographic fact. So if someone wanted to do this kind of an amendment correctly, it should be a CPI adjustment together with a population adjustment. But I would argue that doing it this way, CPI only, is actually increasing the cost per pupil and making the property tax situation worse, right? Beyond that, the bill that we passed has an out, right? It has the 2/3 vote if the town wants to spend more on schools. And we've seen examples where way more than 2/3 want to do that, right? The people that come out and vote in March are, generally speaking, a small fraction of the total electorate, and they tend to be ones that want to spend more. So this bill is unnecessary for the cases where towns do want to spend more. They have shown the ability to do so. So I hope that you will stick with our original bill and defeat this amendment. Thank you.
A division vote has been requested. Members, take your seats. Questions on floor amendment 1512? This is a division vote. If you are in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present have had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend a state of the vote. With 28 members voting in the affirmative, 341 voting in the negative, the amendment fails.
Representative Katab offers floor amendment 1499 and Chair recognizes Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 1499H. This amendment just removes HB 675 from HB 2. It will in no way affect the budget. This is my 9th term, and I believe the first time I am speaking for an amendment to HB 2. And without this amendment, I cannot support the budget this time. We will be voting on removing more local control from our school districts. So school districts have the ability now to put in a tax cap. But now we are trying to force school districts to do it. The original bill has problems. For example, no cost living increases or additional programs. These could be fixed by the Finance Committee that has retained the bill. But this bill, that bill would still be overreach. It is amazing that we keep yelling about local control and are we trying to remove more of it. I'm surprised that members here that call themselves free staters are for this. Members that say they are against big government are now voting for a bigger government. What next? The bill telling towns how to zone? If the local body keeps voting down the tax cap, they must like the way the school district is running. But if they keep voting down the budget, that's for the default. After a while, a school board may get the message. People will then vote for a tax cap. By the way, if anything, the default budget fix should have been put in HB 2. If this amendment fails, I and others will be voting against HB 2. Thank you, and vote green, and I request a division vote. And by the way, 675 only passed this House by 5 votes. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what I have to add to what I said before. Property taxes are high. Schools are the reason. And this piece of legislation is a way to give our local property taxpayers a little bit of relief and a little control, a pause in the raising of property taxes that they well deserve. Thank you.
Representative Pelham has asked for a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Sweeney has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. The motion before us is floor amendment 1499. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Katab for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that towns are currently enabled to implement a tax cap if they so choose, and that only 6 towns opted to have this on their ballot, and that it was defeated in all 6 towns, if I further know that if towns want a cap, it only takes 25 voters to have it included on their ballot. So the fact that it wasn't on the ballot demonstrates that most of the towns did not want this. If I also know that this completely removes even a cost of living adjustment and will force 98% of the school districts across our state to reduce their budgets without a 2/3 vote, which will undoubtedly lead to breaching teacher contracts and potential legal disputes that could disrupt the stability of our school systems and do nothing to lower property taxes. And finally, if I know that mandating uniform approaches from Concord is not the New Hampshire way, local control is, then would I now press the green button to leave things to local control and remove this mandate which our constituents have made clear they do not want? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I remember that just a couple weeks ago we passed this very legislation in this body to protect our taxpayers from the special interests that come out on local voting day, that the overwhelming majority of registered voters come out on November election day to send us to Concord to work for them, to protect them, and that the number one issue that they tell us about is property taxes, that we can protect them from with this legislation built into HB 2 and would be removed by this amendment. Would I now press the red button to continue the fight to protect our taxpayers?
The motion before us is floor amendment 1499. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 206 voting yea, 165 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Representative Simpson offers floor amendment 1501 and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 1501,
which adds the New Hampshire Family Planning Program back into the state budget, returning the funding that was proposed in the governor's budget. I want to remind everybody what the New Hampshire Family Planning Program is. It's funding for preventative sexual and reproductive health care for low-income Granite Staters. Specifically, this program helps to cover no-cost or low-cost birth control, STD testing and treatment, and cancer screenings. Again, all for low-income Granite Staters. There are only 4 healthcare providers who are in the family planning program because the Executive Council voted against the providers who also offer abortion care, even though by law none of the funding can be used or ever has been used for abortion. The 4 healthcare providers who are in the program are Coos County Family Health, CAP, Belknap, Merrimack, Amiskiyig Health, and Lamprey Healthcare, health centers that are designed to care for medically underserved areas of the state. They serve lower income patients in so many of our communities, including rural areas of our state. The budget, as proposed by the majority, eliminates the family planning program entirely. A member of the majority said in the Finance Committee that fundraising efforts can cover the difference. This is not just unacceptable, but it's not true. The CEO of one of the potentially impacted federally qualified health centers said very clearly to Finance Division 3 that if this funding were to go away, it would undermine their capacity to provide services to the broader community. The federally qualified health centers exist in areas of our state that are already medically underserved. This means that patients have to drive a very long time to get health care, especially health care they can afford. If the majority of this chamber chooses to defund these healthcare providers, that choice would lead to negatively impacting health centers in Berlin, Manchester, Meredith, Nashua, Newmarket, and Raymond. Coos County Family Health Services is one of the providers in the family planning program. They have the highest poverty rate in the entire state and the highest number of folks on Medicaid. They also have the highest rate of sexual assault in the entire state. The Family Planning Clinic at Coos County Family Health Services also operates the Domestic Violence Support Center. To be clear, these 2 programs work hand in hand to keep survivors of domestic violence and their children safe and healthy. Eliminating the entire family planning program will harm vulnerable Granite Staters because without this funding, programs or health centers could close entirely and patients will lose access to their health care. You might wonder, why can't patients just pay for these services? Why can't they go somewhere else instead? I just want to say clearly that patients who use these services cannot afford to pay for them. In Coos County, the health center is the only provider in the New Hampshire Family Planning Program. There is nowhere else to go for essential services like contraception. This vote shouldn't be controversial. It shouldn't be a party line vote. If you want to keep Granite Staters healthy, if you don't want to add to the uncompensated care of hospitals, if you want to prevent teenage pregnancy, if you want to combat sexually transmitted diseases, and especially if you don't want to bankrupt hardworking Granite Staters by forcing them to go to an emergency room for basic health care, please vote green on this amendment to fund the New Hampshire Family Planning Program. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree and have a proven track record of agreeing with the previous speaker. This is my 3rd budget. The previous 2 budgets, we fully funded family planning. What we happened to have in this situation was for every dollar that the governor had in revenue, we had about 75 cents to spend. That meant the classic unlimited wants and limited resources dilemma. And so we very clearly articulated the priorities that we would follow in Division 3 to fund the 100 or so programs. We said that those residential settings in which we have patients in a bed for which state employees have to tend to them have to come first. So that included Glencliff Hospital, the New Hampshire Hospital. It includes effectively YDC, and then from there we took a look at Additionally, vulnerable groups. You've heard the other side talk passionately, if not financially, about the reductions that were made in the developmental disability area and in the community health area. So when you start to prioritize a limited amount of money, at some point you get to a cut point. One of the things that we put into this HB2 that you've already voted for and voted to defend is the ability of groups or individuals to donate up to $250,000 to help fund programs. And this is such a good program, and there's such a strong advocacy for it. I'd like to see some energy put into going out and raising some donations to help cover it, because we simply ran out of money. Now, if I had more time, I would have looked very carefully at the Coos County situation. I got asked in a Q&A the other day about that, and I didn't understand the question. I didn't answer it well, so whoever you were, what I should have said to you is that the remediation plan for family planning, in my view at this point, is to pass this budget, get it over to the Senate, and articulate a case for COAS. The other places, the other three places are in the southern tier for the most part. There are other alternatives. What you're not being told is those alternatives aren't free, okay? So sometimes things in life aren't free. These are adults that we're talking about that are using the family planning services. These are adults. The people that we prioritize our money to first were like Glencliff, where you have a combination of mentally ill, developmentally disabled, and we have this huge shortfall in the amount of money that we've been able to fund for their personnel. So in a world in which more resources were available, like I have done in 2 prior budgets, I would have funded family planning. But at some point, you're just out of money and somebody's going to stand up and say, blame me. So you can go ahead and blame me. But what I need you to do is I need you to vote red on this, because it adds back basically $1.9 million in general funds over the next 2 years and doesn't fund it. Where's it going to come from? It's easy to say I'll spend the money. It gets to be a different issue when you say, okay, what are you not going to spend? So let's not take the easy way out, and let's vote red against this.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1501. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1501. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lucas for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the family planning programs helps cover no-cost and low-cost preventative reproductive health care, like birth control and cancer screenings across New Hampshire, and if I know that the patients served at the healthcare providers currently in the family planning program often cannot afford to receive healthcare services anywhere else. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that if we do not fund the New Hampshire family planning program, healthcare centers could close entirely, leaving patients in our rural areas without access to health care, would I now press the green button to add this critical funding back into the budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that family planning has in fact been funded fully according to the governor's budget and my past two budgets, and that this year, if I knew that I am leaving inadequately funded the care and support, the direct care and support of mentally ill, developmentally disabled people in Glencliff because we ran out of money, and if I knew that there's the ability for any individual or group to donate up to $250,000 without going through the fiscal committee, and if I knew that this was such a passionate issue that groups and individuals would stand up and throw money at it, would I now vote red to kill this amendment?
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1501. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 174 voting aye, 196 voting nay. The amendment fails. Representative Petrigno offers Floor Amendment 1503 and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in a time of fiscal restraint, but nonetheless, here we are. But in doing so, we must be mindful to avoid, at all costs, bringing harm to our most vulnerable. In this instance, I'm speaking of our children, those who are abused and neglected, who are in need of special services, who find themselves in foster care or in the juvenile justice system. For a very small state, New Hampshire has had way too many high-profile cases involving these children. Everyone in this chamber knows what I'm talking about, and it's nothing to be proud of. However, we have been making steady progress in this regard, especially with the good work of the Office of the Child Advocate. Created in 2018, New Hampshire was the 12th state in the nation to establish this autonomous agency, charged with being the one voice, the sole advocate, to look out for, defend, and speak up in every instance for our children's best interest, welfare, and safety. Now, since then, 21 other states have joined New Hampshire. 33 states now have similar agencies. But with this proposed budget, instead of moving forward, or at a minimum, staying the course, we are taking a step backwards during a time of critical need. And while the headlines often put our state in the bad light when it comes to children protective services, it was our Office of the Child Advocate that shined brightly, gaining high praise for rescuing 2 of our children who were supposed to be receiving intensive mental health care at the Bledsoe Youth Academy in Tennessee, but instead were found to be in a prison-like setting within a culture of degradation and retaliation. Now, you will hear that there is redundancy in the work of the office performed by other agencies, That is simply not true. The office is neither luxury nor frill. As an independent agency, the office oversees all other agencies, provides statutory guaranteed confidentiality, allowing constituents from judges and attorneys to DCYF social workers and community providers to feel safe, shielded from potential retribution when raising critical issues about other agencies. And unlike other agencies, the office meets with and interviews children on a regular basis, visits residential placements in and outside of New Hampshire to ensure safe and appropriate care. No other agency reviews restraint and seclusion reports, collates and analyzes important data to help guide other agencies and the legislature. Furthermore, the office has been invaluable to assisting the Children and Family Law Committees of both chambers when evaluating and drafting legislation. Now, with all due respect to the Finance Committee Chair, his comments earlier were erroneous regarding the Children and Family Laws Committee's support for the Office of the Child Advocate. The committee, Republicans and Democrats alike, fully support the Office of the Child Advocate. Now, I realize the governor has given us a challenging task, but in doing so, she has made her support for the Office of the Child Advocate very clear, publicly stating that she disagrees with removing the position from the budget. I'm confident that we agree with her. We simply cannot afford to sacrifice the best interest, welfare, and safety of our children, so I urge you to support this amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, I call for a roll call vote. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we had to do in the budget when looking for less expense is to eliminate duplicative functions. The Office of Child Advocate is one such function. There are two kinds of things it does. One is get involved in the legislative process. There are no end to people interested in legislation who have child welfare in mind. We don't need to hire people to do that. That's what they are. The other one is this complaint, oversight, ombudsman type of activity. But that's duplicative of similar functions inside DCYF. And if DCYF is poorly run, the solution is not to create yet another agency, but it's to fix and change the leadership of DCYF. Right? Because this agency, the Office of Child Advocate, has no authority over DCYF. What they can do is jawbone, right? But that's all they can do. So when you have a problem in one area, do you create yet another organization, or do you go to that area and fix it, right? We have to get rid of duplicative functions. It's not worth spending money to do something wrong over here and do some kind of fix over here. Why don't we just do it right over here in the first place and not cost the taxpayers for both? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1503. Representative Petrigno has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. motion before us is floor amendment 1503. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Petrigno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire has had way too many high-profile cases of abuse and neglect, and that the Office of the Child Advocate has been the one bright spot, and if I know that the work of the office is, in fact, unique, not redundant, that no other agency provides statutorily mandated confidentiality, and if I further know that the Children and Family Law Committee supports, as well as the governor supports this office, and I hope that we all agree, would I now press the green button and vote yes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Office of Child Advocate has interfered with, rather than assisted, needed legislation to reform child abuse and child welfare laws, and if I know that the Office of Child Advocate is duplicative of other functions within DCYF, and if I know it's a mistake to spend money on both the problem and more money on the solution rather than fixing the problem directly, would I now press the red button?
The motion before us is floor amendment 1503. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Murphy.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 177 voting yea, 190 voting nay. The amendment fails. Representative Bridle offers floor amendment 1523 and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Tourism is not just a highlight of New Hampshire's identity, it's our second largest revenue generating industry. It touches every county in every season and draws visitors from around the world. It drives revenue for businesses, retailers, restaurants, hotels, nightclubs, state parks, from local diners to grand hotels. These businesses support over 70,000 state workers who live in your districts. Governor Ayotte's budget proposed $13.7 million over 2 years for the Division of Travel and Tourism Development, and HB 2 strips that funding, delivering a death blow to one of our most reliable economic powerhouses. This amendment restores funding and reaffirms our commitment to small business owners and the hospitality workforce across New Hampshire. Some opponents to this have labeled this corporate welfare, suggesting struggling business owners should find $14 million in ad dollars themselves. But when you see a commercial on TV saying "Visit Florida" or "Virginia is for lovers," it wasn't paid for by Joe's kayak rental. Our mountains, lakes, loons, moose, and lobsters don't have ad budgets. Small businesses don't have marketing departments. The local House of Pizza can't afford a billboard in New York City, but Visit New Hampshire can. State-level tourism campaigns level the playing field and help every business, not just the one with big budgets. Other states have learned this lesson the hard way. In the early 2010s, Connecticut cut its tourism marketing budget by 60%. The result, 1.3 million fewer visitors, $165 million lost in visitor spending, and over $10 million in lost tax revenue. Recovery for them took years, and many small businesses didn't make it. Marketing is not optional. It's how we stay competitive in a crowded regional and national market. Some may ask, why not reallocate this money toward roads or education? Here's why. Tourism revenue helps pay for both. It brings in non-resident tax dollars, reducing the burden on our communities. If we cut tourism now, we risk cuts to schools and services later when that revenue disappears. This isn't tourism versus infrastructure. It's about recognizing one that funds the other. HB 2 also calls for the sale or lease of our state's welcome centers and cuts $2.3 million from the Bureau of Visitor Services. These centers are often a visitor's first impression of our state. They distribute maps, brochures, promote rural destinations, support local businesses, encourage longer stays. Once they're closed to create a small one-time savings, they're gone. It's like blowing your kid's college fund to go to the brook. There's no easy way back from that. Tourism is not just about scenic views, it's about real dollars and real jobs. New Hampshire boasts over 7,000 miles of world-class snowmobiling trails, scenic chairlift rides, majestic scenic railways. In Coos County, Ride the Wilds is the largest OHRV trail system in our country, offering over 1,000 miles of interconnected trails. We have thousands of miles of hiking trails, including 1,200 in the White Mountain National Forest, and ours is the most popular backcountry stretch of the Appalachian Trail. We are home to 48 peaks over 4,000 feet. We offer more than 400 public access boat launch sites with 1,300 ponds and lakes, where visitors can enjoy everything from water skiing to canoeing to Class 4 whitewater rapids and kayaking. Add to that 18 miles of beautiful coastal shoreline and marshlands for freshwater fishing and saltwater fishing. Combine this with New Hampshire's tax-free shopping, agricultural tours, NASCAR events, covered bridges, concert venues, the Seafood Festival, Laconia Bike Week, Fisher Cats games. It's clear everyone in this room has benefited from tourism in one form or another. Looking ahead to 2026, we will neighbor a FIFA World Cup host state and celebrate America's 250th birthday, drawing visitors from all over the globe. Events are already underway, being planned, and New Hampshire must be ready to showcase what we can offer. Other states are investing in this already, and if we fail to secure this funding, we'll miss out on that opportunity. This funding has long been an investment in our people, those 70,000 jobs. Now is not the time to abandon them, certainly not by asking small businesses to foot a $14 million bills they can't afford. They count on us. Go back to your community and tell them that today you invested in them and in all of us because we all benefit from those who visit this great state. I ask you to join me in supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I certainly won't disagree with the good colleague from Hampton about how amazing New Hampshire is. We're a far better state than the state of Connecticut, as he referenced. I just need to talk about to you all. There are a lot of tough cuts in this budget that we've proposed. This isn't one of them. Tourism advertising spending, $7 million a year on a $5.5 billion industry for the state of New Hampshire is not something that we should be amending the budget for. It's not a cry that we need to answer for the associations and the industries that are supposedly affected by this reduced New Hampshire state marketing spend. Those industries, those businesses, those trade associations that they're all dues-paying members of, the very same organizations that lobbied the legislature in support of this amendment, they can fund their advertising for the next 2 years to still draw people to the natural beauty of the state of New Hampshire, the great events that we're putting on. I think when I think of the Loudon racetrack, I think NASCAR does a pretty good job of advertising themselves. And a lot of the Bike Week, I think people know about it as a cultural tradition, not something that, you know, billboards in New York City or advertising spends outside of the regional market really gets any return on our investment for. You'll hear numbers, or you've heard numbers, that every dollar we spend on advertising gets us $15 or $17 back in economic activity. If that was the case, I would propose $1 billion spent on advertising, and then we could fully fund the budget and all of our economic activity going forward. It's just not, when you look at the budget and the decisions we had to make, restoring the tourism advertising spending should not be our top priority when thinking of restoration of cuts. Moving on to the welcome centers, that was actually come out of a conversation with the business and the BEA department in our division. They're obligated to run these welcome centers due to the way the federal law on highways is written. It's a cost to them to run these welcome centers. So the selling the welcome centers is one thing, but it is an ongoing cost to the state of New Hampshire to manage and run and operate all those welcome centers that we are not allowed by the federal government as the state of New Hampshire to commercialize or get any return on. But we are eligible to sell most of them and put them back on the private market, put them back on the tax base for the municipalities that the welcome centers are located in, and we can actually start, you know, developing more economic growth along the highways and along the destinations in our state. So again, I don't disagree with any of the wonderful points that were made about how nice of a state New Hampshire is and how wonderful it would be for all the tourists to come here instead of elsewhere. I just strongly disagree that the advertising spend, $14 million for a $5.5 billion a year industry, just doesn't pass the math test for me. So I'd urge you to vote red on this amendment. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficient? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 15. The House will be in order. It's Floor Amendment 1523. Chair recognizes Representative Bridle for a parliamentary inquiry. This is a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that every county in this state is represented by my colleagues in this room today, and that they've benefited from revenue generated by the tourism industry. And if I know, like Representative from Salem said, that every dollar we invest returns $15 spent in this economy, and if I know that that economy is the second highest revenue generating industry in this state, one of our most reliable economic incomes, and if I know that a healthy tourism industry helps us fund other important essential industries, projects that are all close to our hearts, would I now tell tourists that New Hampshire will gladly accept them their families, and their vacation dollars, and press the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know $7 million is 0.1% of the $5.5 billion hospitality industry in the state of New Hampshire, and if I know that 0.1% is not going to really drive the needle, and if I further know that NASCAR can pay for their own advertising, as can every other private business in the state, would I now press the red button and vote down this amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1523. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative O'Rourke. Representative, you need to sit, please. Representative Katsoukaris. I need a thumb up or thumb down? Thumb up or thumb down?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 198 voting yea, 169. House will be in order. 198 yea, 169 nay. The amendment is adopted. Representative Saborin Date Chenier offers Floor Amendment 1569 and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I question why anyone would accept the conclusion that abolishing the BTLA will result in a dime of savings in the next biennium if we know that the proposal states that the employees of the BTLA are hereby transferred to the Superior Court without interruption of service, salary, or compensation, and authorizes a new Superior Court justice who shall be qualified by reason of such person's knowledge and experience in tax matters. Then are we not actually authorizing new positions and expenses in the next biennium compared to the last? If we know that Division I acted under the assumption that BTLA receives 100 appeals a year with only 30 going to hearing, and we know that the BTLA's real caseload averages 400 cases a year with 70 decisions on the merits issued each year, why should we believe that this is a sensible proposal to handle this caseload more efficiently? If we know that property taxes generate more than $350 million in revenue each year, isn't funding the BTLA's budget request, which amounts to 0.007% of that total, a reasonable measure to ensure equity and proportionality? If we know that no current BTLA board member's term is set to expire in fiscal year 2026 or the first half of fiscal year 27, then where will any savings and efficiencies be found in the next biennium? If we know that all of the functions, powers, duties, records, personnel, and property of the BTLA are hereby transferred to the Superior Court, and that the Superior Court shall not assume any statutory duty of the BTLA that conflicts with its role and functions as a court, have we not abdicated our job to determine the policies and programs of this state and see that they be administered accordingly? Have we not delegated to the Superior Court the job of deciding which laws administered by a former BTLA they see fit to administer. If we know that the BTLA on average only draws $750,000 from the general fund each year, and the cost for a new Superior Court judge and their staff is $650,000 each year, how can we hold these straight face and say that this proposal will save the people of New Hampshire $1.17 million in fiscal year 26 and then another $1.2 million in fiscal year 27? Please vote green on the amendment, and thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment puts back the BTLA and adds another court. I want us to come out and speak in favor of this because what we're doing by eliminating the BTLA is we're downshifting all the costs to the taxpayers, because taxpayers have two avenues to go to appeal their assessments with appeal to get an exemption, and one's the BTLA, the other one's Superior Court. If they eliminate the BTLA, which the original committee cut out, then all they got is Superior Court or this other court, which charges them money. They have to get a lawyer and fight for that. If you're an elderly person, you could be very, very intimidated to apply to the Superior Court. So I think the BTL needs to be put back in so we don't have an elderly person spending up to $1,000 on a lawyer and fees to get their $100 exemption. I don't think it'll happen, so I think it's most just to put back the BTLA, and I hope you all support and vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the BTLA is not that they do a poor job, it's just that they are super expensive. In 2024, they issued 58 decisions. Okay, 58 decisions. But they spent $1.2 million a year. All right, I'll do the division for you. That's over $20,000 a decision. All right. The cost of the Superior Court, which is the alternative to the BTLA, and it's the alternative today. When somebody goes to the BTLA, they could decide to go to the Superior Court if they wanted to. The cost of Superior Court for the most complicated cases averages $1,500 a case. So the difference between $1,500 and $20,000 is a factor of what? 13, 14, something like that. It's way more expensive than Superior Court. And if we're going to balance the budget, and we've already just now spent close to $20 million from the rainy day fund, right? The rainy day fund is getting low, and I promised the treasurer we would we would keep it up because that affects our credit rating. Let's not spend this unnecessary $2.4 million for 58 cases a year, right? I mean, this is $2.4 million for the biennium, 58 decisions a year. It's simply not worth it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Germano has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1569. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Prue for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that Superior Court is overloaded as we speak, and there would be a great delay to get their cases heard, and if I know that people are struggling that need these tax breaks and need them in a timely fashion, then I would vote yes. Short and sweet is my deal. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry. Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that cases at the BTLA decisions at the BTLA are costing the taxpayer $20,000 apiece, whereas Superior Court cases cost us $1,500 apiece, if I know that there's one specialized judge who handles these kind of cases for Superior Court, and if I know that we're adding 2 more judges to Superior Court in this budget, as expensive as they are, they're a lot cheaper than the BTLA, would I then press the red button?
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1569. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Post. I need a thumb up or down. Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, also attend to state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 180 voting nay. Motion passes. Representative Damon offers Floor Amendment 1561 and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Hello?
Also be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member has a right to speak and be heard.
This bipartisan fiscally neutral amendment allows New Hampshire to participate in the USDA pilot project so that students who are already enrolled in Medicaid are efficiently enrolled in the free and reduced school meals program that they are already qualified for. Important points to note. First, this is an opt-in program that gives families the opportunity to consent on their Medicaid application if they want the students to be enrolled in school meals. No family's privacy is violated. Medicaid eligibility is confirmed annually or more often if family income changes. Second, lines 16 to 22 of the amendment clearly define that there is no effect on adequacy aid payments during the 2 years of the pilot program. The expense you have heard projected is simply not factual. The amendment keeps differential education aid at the pre-Medicaid direct certification levels. To be clear, this amendment has no impact on school funding for implementing the pilot program for MDC. Third, the program is automatically repealed 2 years after it starts, leaving it to future legislatures to decide on the merits of continuing using reliable, accurate data. 43 states are currently participating in the Medicaid direct certification program, including Maine and Vermont, many of them for several years. Hungry children do not learn efficiently. Increased access to school meals is strongly associated with improved education and health benefits, reduced absenteeism and reduced tardiness, fewer behavioral issues, and less childhood obesity. These are students who are already entitled to these meal benefits. We are not increasing eligibility with this amendment. For a variety of reasons, families do not always complete the paper application forms for free and reduced meals. It can be a daunting process. Text that is a barrier for limited readers, shame, or just too much for a hardworking low-income parent to get done. According to Feeding America, children with food insecurity are twice as likely to receive special education services and twice as likely to repeat a grade. Feeding these children, having reliable food intake, is economically smart. So, you know that this amendment freezes education aid based on free and reduced meal participation at current levels, so there is no impact on adequacy funding to schools. And you know that Medicaid direct certification is an opt-in program so families can choose whether to participate. And perhaps you don't want to be the people who voted not to feed food insecure children who, through no fault of their own, are poor. So I urge you to join me in voting green to help food insecure children be fed and thrive. As many as 10,500 New Hampshire children throughout all our counties will be so very grateful to you. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Okay, all right. Chair recognizes Representative Popovici-Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my distinguished colleague for generously offering to only push the state towards bankruptcy 2 years from now instead of immediately, but I still think that we should stick with moving towards prosperity instead. This rehash of the tabled HB 583 bill fails to even show a demonstrated
The member will
need.
suspend for a minute. What is the point of order? Come down here.
Speaker asked me to stop.
He's insulting the member. He's insulting her by accusing her of leading the state to bankruptcy, and that is an insult and not acceptable.
I didn't hear what Well, it is pretty much a standard that we don't cast aspersions on anybody in the chamber. I'm sorry I didn't hear exactly what he said.
I request that he apologize.
No. The member may continue.
Thank you. As I was saying, this rehash of the tabled bill HB 583 fails to even show a demonstrated need, despite the federal census statistic used to measure hunger being so biased towards overcounting that if I answer the census question about hunger as asked, my very well-fed family will be counted as food insecure. For the past 3 years and 2 terms, through 2 bills, 1 Senate and House statutory committee and 2 budgets, not one person who testified in support of such policies was able to bring one specific case or one school district policy that denied food to a student because of their inability to pay. School districts already work hard to ensure that all parents are aware of the free and reduced meals program and support them in applying, making it highly unlikely that any parents who would like to be part of the free and reduced meal program are unable to join. For those reasons and many more, please join me in voting red to stop this attempt to bankrupt our state.
A division has been asked for. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. It'll be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1561. This is a division vote, a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Kelly for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the Medicaid Direct Certification Program is a pilot project which allows the Office of Medicaid to share data with the Department of Education for the sole purpose of certifying children who are eligible for free or reduced price school meals. If I know that families shall only be opted into this program if the participants consent on their application. And if I also know that this pilot program is revenue neutral, the average daily membership numbers are frozen during the 2-year program at current levels and therefore will not increase the adequacy amount, and the program automatically repeals at the end of the 2-year pilot. Children will no longer be directly certified from Medicaid, and the family will need to fill out forms again. Then, Mr. Speaker, would I now push the green button to support this amendment? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Popovici Mueller for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this proposed remedy for this unsubstantiated problem is absurd, because this amendment would put us on a path to spending $100 million, but only 100,000 of that would go to pay for food. And if I know that this amendment addresses hunger as effectively as throwing money out of a helicopter flying over Boston in the faint hope that it will be caught by hungry New Hampshire kids, will I now press the red button to allow us to move forward with our work?
The House will be in order. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1561. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kelly. Representative Khan. Representative McFarland.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 182 voting nay. Motion fails. Representative Wilhelm offers Floor Amendment 1553 and the chair recognizes Representative Nagel. House will be in order. Member has a right to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you, my co-sponsors, for giving me the honor of supporting this amendment for you. Before I begin, oh, sorry, is that better? Yep. Before I begin, I just wanted to let you know that I did speak with the Office of Legislative Services, and I have a disclosure that I need to make. My wife is on the board of the Warner Indian Museum. They do receive money from the New Hampshire Council for the Arts. We do not generate any revenue from that, and they said that it was fine that I speak and vote, but let you know that that's the case. With that said, I would like to let you know how we became involved with the Warner Indian Museum. I would imagine many of you know that it's there. It's been there for about 40 years now. It was started by a gentleman named Bud Thompson, and what they do is he had a love affair with Native American culture, and he started collecting artifacts, and before you know it, he had enough to create a museum. But he didn't want to stop there. What he wanted to do was to celebrate the whole Native experience. And so from going from just demonstrating artifacts and things like that, they also started having classes, teaching kids about the Native experience, and so on and so forth. Suddenly it became a big part of the Warner culture. We were just at a Chamber of Commerce meeting in Warner, and we found out what a big impact that institution had on bringing people into the town of Warner. And they did receive 2 grants from the New Hampshire Council for the Arts to help support their activities. I'm troubled oftentimes that people imply, well, you can just get your money from somewhere else. I don't know their budget processes. I'm not part of the budget process, but I do watch how creative they are in terms of generating revenue. And it's just not that easy to get it. And the amount of money that they get from the state is not a lot, but it's enough to keep them going and enough to facilitate their services for the state of New Hampshire. And I would imagine a lot of your kids have probably had educational resources done there. What they do embody is the creative, educational, artistic, and economic values of the nonprofits that are sponsored by the New Hampshire Council for the Arts. The council celebrates now its 60th anniversary this year. They started very humbly, struggling, but now they've grown substantially, and last year they administered 181 grants at a cost of about $1.5 million. About $500,000 of that was federally matching funds. The rest of it came from the state. The benefits that we all get from that, number one, is economic impact. This sector of our economy generates about $3.3 billion. It creates jobs. 45,000 individuals in this state are employed by the arts. The return on investment, we talked about that earlier. There's about a 7-to-1 ratio. For every dollar spent by federal, state, and local governments on the arts, there's about a $7 return in tax revenue. For those of you who live in the Lakes region, the Colonial Theater, that was a huge thing in terms of revitalizing the downtown of Laconia that had been stagnating for a long time. And every time somebody wants to do urban renewal, the first thing you do is you make sure you get a theater of some sort down there, and that brings people downtown. Cultural preservation, I basically already outlined. That's what the Indian Museum does. And the other big thing is they leverage federal funds. There's a 2-to-1 ratio that they can get federal money for doing this. I would like to conclude with a little bit of a story that's always bothered me since I was a kid. I grew up in a small town. I had 6 friends that went on to play professional major league sports. 2 in Major League Baseball, 4 in professional football. They all went to public school. They all went to public universities, and at no point were they ever looking for money. To quote one of them, he said, "We always got the best rooms, the best food, and the best gym," and they also said the best girls. And that was their experience. And one of them apologized. He said the people in the arts are always struggling to get money for everything. Interestingly, the girl across the street from me went to Juilliard. She became one of the world's greatest pianists, functionally at their own cost, because there was no public money to do that. The 6 athletes had careers that spanned a total of anywhere from 1 to 10 years. The woman across the street has been performing professionally now for almost 70 years and is still performing professionally. That is the point. Investment in the arts yields a lot of good things for all of us, and I would like to see that we start to recognize that. I was about to say, do you have any questions? But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, to my colleagues, really just on the numbers here, it is a $3.3 billion industry of arts in New Hampshire, $1 million a year in state grants, is not necessary to subsidize a $3.3 billion industry for the arts in New Hampshire. That's the justification towards cutting it. Again, this budget has so many tough cuts for health programs, for the university system, that it is, to me, an industry that can be supported by private patrons who now, without the interest and dividends tax, gets to keep more of their own money. They can fund the art programs on their own. They can utilize our very successful charitable gaming operations to get funding for their art programs and their nonprofits. It is not a service that the state of New Hampshire should be taxing people in order to fund. Thank you. Please vote against the amendment.
The motion before us is the floor amendment 1553. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is floor amendment 1553. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the creative economy makes significant contribution to our state's overall economy, employing more than 40,000 granite staters and generating over $7 in tax revenues for every dollar invested by federal, state, and local government. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Council on the Arts has a stellar track record of awarding highly sought-after competitive grant funding to nonprofits in every county across our state that helps organizations enrich their communities culturally and economically, bring arts into schools to help develop the creative skills of our youth, bring artists into healthcare facilities to help heal and improve the quality of life for residents and patients, help artists build essential business skills, and more. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that unless this budget is amended, New Hampshire is poised to become the first state in the country to eliminate its State Arts Council, which will lead to a loss in matching federal funds that our communities rely on to revitalize their downtowns, boost tourism, and strengthen economic development, then would I now push the green button to pass this bipartisan amendment to reverse the proposed elimination of the New Hampshire State Council on the Arts and restore it from the governor's originally proposed budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know $1 million a year towards subsidizing a $3.4 billion industry does not make fiscally prudent sense, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state of New Hampshire or governments in total do not have any interest in funding state-run arts programs, or you may call them propaganda pieces, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know that this budget is full of tough cuts and that this cut is not one that we should restore to put back on the backs of the taxpayers while private nonprofits and private patrons can fund these programs, would I now press the red button? Thank you.
Motion before us is floor amendment 1553. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 177 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Stephen Pearson offers floor amendment 1566 and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today bringing forward this floor amendment. The difference here is a lot of the things that we put into this budget, into HB2, we actually voted on the floor in the affirmative. But that's not the case here. As a matter of fact, this proposal didn't pass committee. It didn't pass the House. It was placed in HB2 with no notice, no agency present, and no opportunity for testimony. I want to stress here that you are not voting on a concept. You are voting on specific language, and that's important. What does the language of this entirely new pension system do? Well, it creates a new bureaucracy. Despite being called Group 3, it is actually an entire new system outside of the management of the New Hampshire retirement system. They are not managing this, and it does not fall under their authority. As a matter of fact, in the LBA documentation, they questioned that it would, and this is a direct quote, it would appear inappropriate for the statutory sections regarding this new plan to reside in RSA 100A. So because this is a new system, it requires an administration. As a matter of fact, in the bill itself, it allows the Department of Administrative Services to employ and assign staff to the executive director and commission of this new system. Now, beyond that, there is a pretty substantial fiscal impact here. This new system has a $100 million debt service attached to it, which in a time when we are trying to get the retirement system out of debt really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. This proposal has existed in some form or another in this House for the last 25 years, and it has been killed every time, including during a Republican supermajority. So why does it have $100 million of debt? What happens here is that as you transition new employees over to a new system, you are shutting off the income to the current system. Well, that income pays 84% of the pension debt service right now. So when that number goes to zero, those dollars have to be made up somewhere. So where are they getting made up? They're getting made up in debt and downshifting. Now, it is possible that you would find those terms acceptable to transition into something different. But here's the one that just will not fly. This legislation creates the largest double-dipping scheme in state history. Not only does it permit it, in the language, it basically tells you how to do it. Mark Kavanaugh, the Deputy Compliance Counsel for the New Hampshire Retirement System, and Marty Carlin, the former Legislative Affairs Liaison of the retirement system who now works for someone else, both looked at this language, both agree that this language will allow for immediate double dipping. You will be permitted to retire on a Friday, come back to work on Monday as a new Group 3 employee. You will not only collect your Group 1 pension, but now the state has to pay your pension, pay the debt on your current position, pay into Group 3, and pay into Social Security. Now, we have rules. RSA 100 talks about double dipping, doesn't permit it. When you retire, you have to wait 28 days before you can come back into service part-time. And if you come back full-time, you cannot collect your pension, you go back in, and you start paying again. Not after this, not under this proposal, because those rules are internal to the New Hampshire retirement system, which you are now not part of. And this is a quote directly from the LBA documents. Under existing law, New Hampshire retirement retirees collecting a pension may not work full-time in an unclassified position and still collect their pension. This proposal, by delimiting this provision to persons appointed before July 1 of 25, would appear to allow any New Hampshire retirement system retiree to take such an unclassified position on or after and continue to receive their benefits. This was in the documentation from this from the beginning. Now, New Hampshire's not paving any ground here. This was actually tried in Michigan. And what it translated to was $6 billion of debt for the state of Michigan. Alaska tried this. At $2 billion, they panicked. The entire Alaskan Senate GOP co-sponsored a bill to go back to their old system. There's not a single member of the public that testified in favor of this, so don't be fooled with the notion that employees want this. The community college system has the option, they're the only agency that has the option to join the retirement system or go into a 401 type plan. 78% of hires in the past 10 years have chosen the retirement system over a 401k. Those numbers speak for themselves. Now, you may agree on the concept here, but you're not voting on a concept, you're voting on language. This language just does not work here. So in conclusion, this proposal grows government, it adds $100 million of pension debt, and it allows for double dipping. None of these are a good idea. I ask for your support in this floor amendment to remove this once again from our state budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon. Does the member yield to questions? Sure. Member yields.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I serve on the Finance Committee, and I do not recall ever getting or seeing an estimate from the New Hampshire retirement system as to what this would cost, what the impact would be on our budget. Have you seen any numbers that would provide that kind of an estimate?
Yeah, a fiscal note was released showing at year one an accelerated debt service that translates year after year and actually grows exponentially year after year. That was provided. I got a copy of it in the finance room.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment removes a key piece of pension reform from the budget, the Group 2 program. So this isn't exactly a 401k program for new state employees, but that's close enough for what we're talking about today. It's only for new state employees, leaving career government workers like police, firefighters, teachers, and local employees in the old-fashioned standard pension system. The program eliminated by this amendment puts the risk on employees, not the state, but also gives that extra return to the employees. This means the retirement accounts would grow with inflation, not be eaten away by inflation. Group 3 requires the new state employee and their employer to contribute the same amounts as employees and teachers into the old-fashioned system and to pay down 10% to the unfunded liability. So it's been highlighted that that's in statute and it doesn't float along with the numbers that are determined by the retirement system. Now, I'm willing to bet that if the amount contributed goes higher, this will obviously be amended to put the 12 or 14% that we may need if our deficit grows beyond the $5.5 billion unfunded in our pension system. But if it goes down, I don't think there'll be the political will to cut that. If it goes down to 5% contribution, these guys are going to be paying more than their fair share towards a retirement system that they're not part of. So you also heard that this steals money from the system, and to some extent, that's right. Right now, if you are one of the 70% of state employees who leaves before you're vested, the state's going to keep your 2.4% match. That means the state's pocketing your money and it's not going to your retirement. That's over half of state employees that when they leave money on the table and others are picking it up. I mean, to me, I don't think the state should be keeping that money. The employees should be taking that money. So I don't call that stealing from the system. You'll also heard that this creates new bureaucracy, but that's false. There's already an active and thriving market for defined contribution plans. And I expect a couple people have heard of 401ks or 403bs before. So even small businesses can make these work pretty easily. So I'm going to call this big bureaucracy thing fake news. You may also hear massive numbers tossed around for the new debt for this group, but there were some significant errors in that fiscal note. Right now, we have a huge unfunded liability because back in the 90s, the numbers got screwed up. And as we're able to move some employees out of this, we're going to have less of an opportunity to dig that hole deeper. Double dipping also only applies to people who are earning credit towards their pension. If you are putting money into an investment style retirement, it doesn't matter where you have a pension from, whether it's GE or the state. In an investment style, whether you're working for the state or you're working at the local Dunkin' Donuts, it doesn't impact your pension. So double dipping, again, fake news. So in this budget, we have two important changes to the state retirement system. The first is the Group 2 change, which tells state employees my age that their retirement benefits will again look like they did when they were hired on. Our police and fire want this. They want it a lot. The second is this new Group 3, which tells the 70% of state employees who don't vest that their retirement matters too. This is a package deal, folks. And I request a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker, so that if this amendment passes, our firefighters and police will know who's willing to gamble on their retirement reforms at the risk of the 70% of state employees who don't vest in the program. Are we going to hold new state employees hostage to the old-fashioned system that doesn't serve over half of state employees? Or are we going to blaze a path to solvency and financial freedom for new state employees? Thank you.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1566.
I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
A point of order, actually.
What is your point of order?
I would like to know if the representative that put this amendment forward should have been allowed to submit this self-serving amendment as someone who is vested in the state pension. And based upon our ethics, rules, and law, I feel it's a violation.
This is not a point. That is not a point of order. If a member has a complaint, there's other ways to file it.
Thank you.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1566. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested. As that is sufficiently seconded, this will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1566. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the three major problems with this bill involve structure, debt, and double dipping, and if I know I'm not a state employee and I'm not new, would I then please support this floor amendment to prevent this mess from occurring? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this plan does not cost the state any more than the current plan, and if I know that right now we're paying for legislative meddling in the 1990s, that means that we pay 4 times as much for the accumulated debt from those poor decisions in the 90s than we do toward the pensions of our current employees. And if I know that this new plan cannot be meddled with, we put the money in and that's it. Would I not save the state from future problems with our retirement system and vote against this amendment?
The motion before us is the Floor Amendment 1556. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 177 voting nay. Motion passes. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move to table HB 2.
Motion is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 2. I guess. Representative Sweeney has asked for a division. Members, take your seats. Guess not. The motion before us is to table House Bill 2. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Southworth.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 198 yea, 167 nay. House Bill 2 is laid on the table. The House will be in recess for 15 minutes. The House will come to order. Members, take your seats. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move to remove HB 2 from the table.
That is a... The House will be in order. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to remove House Bill 2 from the table. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Granger for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that it's always good to have a nice little huddle, and if I know that it's good to have a couple little chats about what we're going to do, and if I know that everyone on my team is going to be doing exactly what we agreed to, and we're going to be sticking together, would I then press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us to remove House Bill 2 from the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Fellows.
Will all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 193 voting yea, 170 voting nay. House Bill 2 is removed from the table. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move the previous question on HB 2.
The motion means that all the remaining debates will be taken up in only being PIs in voting, and there has been a roll call requested for all the remaining floor amendments. So the motion.
I have two PIs. I have a pro and a con.
So the motion before us is to shall debate now be limited. And this is a roll call vote.
Members need to take their seats.
Members need to be in their seats. All right, the motion before us is to move the previous question. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Turcott for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 2 contains an amendment that would remove local control option for the operation of Keno video gambling, and if I also know that there's a floor amendment pending that would retain the current RSA by giving the decision to the towns themselves regarding the Keno video gambling, would I now press the red button against calling the question so we can have a full debate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know moving the previous question on a bill that still has amendments on it allows us to have a vote on every individual amendment, and if I further know that it will simply just limit it to PIs only, and if I further know we still have 10 amendments left on HB 2, and we can deal with them one at a time with PIs and get through the rest of the calendar for today, would I now press the green button to move the previous question? Thank you.
The motion before us is to move the previous question. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Marshall.
If all members present had the opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 193 voting yea, 171 voting nay. The motion passes. Representative Luno offers floor amendment 1525. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. I would suggest that members stay in their seats because this is going to move fairly quickly. Okay, all right. The motion before us is floor amendment 1525. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know towns across the state passed resolutions opposed to expanding the EFA program recently, and if I know that the voters in those towns want to know how their state reps feel about that program, and if I know we can leave the EFA program the way it is now and send the money to 93 cities and towns with lower property values and high property taxes, and if I know students and taxpayers will benefit from these grants, then would I press the green button to adopt this amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Popovich Mueller for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the position currently in the budget reflects equal treatment under the law for every child in the state, and if I know that since we don't means test admission to public schools, we shouldn't mean test access to other education programs, would I vote red so we can get on with the rest of the business?
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1525. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harry Gathering. Representative DeLemus.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 166 voting yea, 198 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Luna offers floor amendment 1545. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Not yet. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1545. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Damon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that multiple towns across the state passed resolutions opposed to expanding the EFA program, and if I know that our state colleges and universities attract students that drive our economy, and if I know every day is a great day to be a Wildcat and the Wildcats are watching us, would I now vote to keep EFAs the same and fund the university with that money? Press the green button to adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Popovici Mueller for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the intent of this amendment is to take money away from education for K through 12 students, and if I know that our kids' futures are important, would I vote red to oppose this amendment?
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1545. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Elberger.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 166 voting yea, 198 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Ohm offers floor amendment 1517. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
to do the PI.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1517. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ohm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is currently no tax on video lottery terminals because they are illegal in New Hampshire until made legal by HB2, and if I further know that the lottery has proposed a 45% tax on these new devices, and if I further know that a 35% tax, which is proposed in this amendment, is a fair and reasonable price that would give additional money to charities, schools, and Group 2 retirements, would I now push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know there's no provision in HB2 that outlaws the existing historic horse racing machines while legalizing the new video lottery terminals, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that would require an incentive from us for the market to transition from historic horse racing machines to the new video lottery terminals. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know the current rate on historic horse racing machines is 25%, and the 30% rate on VLTs will enable that market incentive, while any rate higher would likely doom it and then destroy the revenues that we've projected off it, would I now vote red to keep the tax rate at 30% on VLTs? Thank you.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1517. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McGee.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to stay to the vote. 173 voting aye, 191 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Howard offers Floor Amendment 1546. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members should still be in your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Howard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this policy evicts good tenants who pay their rent on time and cause no problems, giving good tenants a record of eviction, and if I know that this policy evicts good tenants at a time when vacancy is at a record low, 0.6%, meaning that it takes months for even a tenant without a record of an eviction to find housing. And if I know that we want to make housing easier to find, not harder, because we need workers to stay in our state while we are in the middle of a housing crisis, and if I know that the current law, which allows rent to be increased after a lease has been up, has been working fine for decades, and if I know that once again policy has no place in the budget, then I would now press the green button to pass this amendment and remove harmful anti-housing policy from the budget. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill has nothing to do with evictions and allows for clear contract negotiation between housing providers and tenants, and if I know that this is a key piece to solving the housing crisis by allowing more flexibility in the market, would I then vote red to keep this bill in the budget so we can negotiate with the other body? Thank you.
The motion before us, floor amendment 1546. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Fire.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 159 voting yea, 205 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Turcotte, House Floor Amendment 1513. Representative Sweeney asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Chair, the motion before us is Floor Amendment 15153. This is a roll call. Chair recognizes Representative Turcotte for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that in an ethical world, removing the local control option for Keno would require the full, normal legislative process to determine if the local option should be wiped clean from our RSAs without our citizens' knowledge, input, and approval. And if I know earlier today, during a floor speech, it was mentioned that gambling revenues estimates were increased in order to balance the budget. And if I know that the platform of more than half the members in this body states, reject expanded casino and video lottery gambling as a means to balance the budget or increase spending. And finally, if I know that towns that now do not permit Keno in their municipalities would be forced to accept it, would I now press the green button and find this amendment OTP? Thank you.
The motion before us, the chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this is not about casino or video lottery gambling, this is about Keno. And if I know that because this is lottery, this amendment would remove $12 million from the adequate education account. So this is reducing adequate education funds by $12 million. And if I know that, would I now press the red button?
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1513. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 181 voting nay. The motion passes. Representative Horrigan offers Floor Amendment 1516. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Horrigan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Office of Health Equity is a small, actually very small, has 7 people working for it, but it's a small but mighty agency. It's a crucial component of the Department of Health and Human Services mission. If I know that its name is self-explanatory, make sure everyone in New Hampshire gets the health care they deserve. If I know that this amendment undoes 2 things of Section 462 of the committee amendment, which, first of all, it removes the name change. This committee, if I know that this agency has a lot to deal with anyways, and the name change will take a certain amount of time and money, which they should better be used for doing their job. And if I also know that this takes out a hiring fees provision, which I think is a bad idea, but it's poorly drafted. And if I know, as I said before, this is a good agency that treats everyone fairly, and it's an essential part of the HHS mission, would I now do the fair, equitable, and correct thing and vote green? Vote green on my amendment. So, thank you. Please vote green.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that the first sentence of the mission statement of this department for a considerable number of years has been to provide equitable access to care, wouldn't I realize that changing the name from health equity to health access is just simple semantic improvement? And if I knew that basic political marketing suggests that the word equity has become a hot button phrase that's causing ridiculous amounts of fighting, wouldn't I want to just take the name out of the title? And if I knew that the department supported changing the name to the Office of Health Equity, wouldn't I just go ahead and continue with the finance-supported bill and press red to reject this amendment?
The motion before us is floor amendment 1516. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had the opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 116 voting yea, 248 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Newell offers floor amendment 1550. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is this sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Newell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm good? Oh, sorry. Okay. If I know that the Opioid Abatement Trust Fund must be used in accordance with Exhibit E of the settlement terms our Attorney General signed off on, and using them for any other use invites litigation and even risks a loss of tens of millions of dollars to the state over the next couple of decades. And if I know that these funds have been responsibly and effectively used, as evidenced by the downward trend in overdose deaths, and if I also know that the alcohol fund has been used responsibly and effectively administered to the benefit of our state and of our society, would I now push the green button to keep our settlement dollars and our citizens safe?
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this year's budget move is the beginning of a 2-year effort to take a consolidation effort to 2 entities that do great work but are highly redundant, Both the Opioid Abatement Fund and the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drug Misuse have extremely redundant missions, focus on prevention, treatment, and recovery, and that the goal ought to be, in a smart government, to integrate these activities and not to create intentional stovepipes. And if I knew that by moving the general funds away from, or moving the alcohol fund money away from direct appropriation of the Governor's Commission and putting it in the general funds, I would lay the precursor to having the Governor's Commission be part of the power of the purse. If I knew that the Governor's Commission currently takes the 5% without any legislative oversight, spends it how they want with the permission of the General Counsel, and if I believe that having the power of the purse appropriately with the legislature, I would support this 2-year, 2-budget move. Vote red, please.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1550. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had the opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 169 voting nay, 195 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Wilhelm offers floor amendment 1567. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 2 includes no fewer than 90 new or increased fees that will hit working people and small businesses squarely in the wallet, fees for registering cars, trucks, cement mixers, even motorcycle registrations, Mr. Speaker. And if I know that we wouldn't need to raise these fees, some doubled, even tripled from the current budget, if we halted the expansion of education freedom accounts to include ultra-wealthy Granite Staters who don't need taxpayer dollars to subsidize their choice to send their kids to a private school. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that I didn't run on a platform of increasing fees, and if I remember correctly from the flyers that I received in the mail every day during campaign season, that my friends on the other side of the aisle didn't campaign on a platform of raising fees either, then would I now push the green button to halt the expansion of education freedom accounts to ultra-wealthy families who don't need a government subsidy and pull back on the 90 new or increased fees being proposed in the state budget, which is poised to burden everyday Granite Staters and New Hampshire small businesses? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Education Freedom Account is very successful and it actually saves money for the public schools because they're still getting the money even for 2 years after the student leaves, and they're not paying $14,000 additional property taxes. It should be looked upon as a property tax saver. Please press the red button.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1567. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 165 voting yea, 198 voting nay. The motion fails. Last one. Representative Gibbs offers floor amendment 1549. Representative Sweeney has asked for a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Gibbs for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Human Rights Commission, which would be removed by HB 2, which would be eliminated from state government by HB 2 without this amendment, if I know that it is the only state agency charged by statute with preventing and addressing discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodation, and that it is thus extremely important to the people of New Hampshire, and if I know that HB 2 without this amendment would completely eliminate the Human Rights Commission and leave people who have been subject to discrimination with the only option of going to court to deal with their complaint, and that many victims of discrimination would therefore be left with no practical option for relief, because many would be unable to find and afford an attorney to proceed in court, would I then press the green button to support this amendment? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Commission on Human Rights recently went through an audit by our Legislative Budget Office, and that audit revealed the worst results of any state organization in recent memory, and if I know that the typical case in that office took 2.3 years to complete, and if I know that 27% of those cases ran so long that the appellants, the people who appealed their case, lost the right to go to the court. And finally, if I know that it costs the state more than $10,000 per case to have a case run through them versus $1,500 for the typical Superior Court case, would I then push the red button?
The motion before us is floor amendment 1549. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had the opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 161 voting yea, 203 voting nay. The motion fails. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Simpson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state budget is a reflection of our values and the most impactful piece of legislation that we will take up this year, if I know that the budget before us harms the most vulnerable Granite Staters, cutting funding for mental health support and people with developmental disabilities, if I know this budget increases costs for health care and for higher education and takes away aid to local communities, increasing the burden on property taxpayers, if I know that this budget makes deep, harmful cuts, eliminating the Arts Council and the Child Advocate, while increasing spending over $30 million to expand private school vouchers to the wealthy, if I know this budget cut needed revenue even further by giving millions and millions of dollars that the governor's budget allocated to public education to casino owners instead, and finally, if I know that we can and must do better, that Granite Staters deserve a better budget than this, would I now press the red button to vote no on the adoption of this budget?
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a fun day, right? So if I know that every single one of us in this room has voted for an amendment that is now in this budget that we're about to vote on, and if I know that there's something in here that I want, no matter who I am in this room, and if I know, circling back to earlier today, that this is the first step in a process, and that if I want to have a seat at the table with my at least one thing that I want, would I now press the green button and have a great evening?
The motion before us is how to pass as amended on House Bill 2. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Creighton. Representative Barton.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 175 voting nay. HB 2 is adopted. The finance. Without objection, the clerk is authorized to make technical correction to reflect the vote of the House in amending. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to request the remarks and the debate on HB 2 be recorded in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Thank you.
For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I'd like to move that the remarks on Amendment 1561H be entered into the permanent journal.
The whole debate just went in.
Oh.
Member from Auburn.
The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. We have a couple of announcements, so if everybody stays seated for a minute, and then we'll announce the party. The House will attend to announcements. Chair recognizes Representative Nagel.
On the lighter side and in the interest of camaraderie, when I did that unanimous consent, I think the one thing I would like you all to notice was how much I adore my mother. My mother suffered her whole life from rheumatoid arthritis. It affected every part of her body but her smile. And I was always inspired every day by her. That's why I'm honored to be the medical honoree this year for the 2025 Arthritis Foundation Walkathon. Part of my job is to create a team. And I know nobody in this room has arthritis and nobody has any functional limitations, but there will be a message in the newsletter telling you how you can sign up. It's May 10th at Fisher Cat Stadium. You can walk, run, crawl, wheel, whatever you want, anywhere from 0 to 3 miles. It ends at the Fisher Cat infield, and you get a free ticket for the game after. And I'd love to see as many people here as possible there. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Tura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to let everyone know that I, on behalf of your Granite Bridge Legislative Alliance, which is the House caucus based on the Braver Angels principles, had prepared to give a unanimous consent, but we appealed to our better angels, realizing this was not the night for that, and we will be giving that in 2 weeks' time. I hope that gives people time to Google what the Granite Bridge Legislative Alliance is and what the Braver Angels are, and we look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks. Thanks.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the YMCA Youth in Government program is going to be in here this weekend, then would I now please empty my seat pockets so that they do not have to trip over amendments? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills, vacate motions, and rolled bill amendments, rolled bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess to the call of the chair.